Okay, so it is 10 o'clock and I hope the stream is live. I did get a notification saying that my stream is live, so I'm going to get started ASAP on this. So basically today I asked my Patreon members a while ago if there was something specific they wanted to see, and someone asked if I could review some of their case designs. And so today I will hope to do so. I am taking the files from Evvy Designs, and he has uploaded a case and he's naming it the FlexBeam SFF, and we will be building it together, and hopefully we can get a proper review of it. And I'm also hoping I can actually get it built, so let's see how that goes. And before we begin, I do want to thank JLC 3DP. They are the ones sponsoring this video. And if you need some prints done that you can't do on your own printer, for instance, I have a fairly large printer over here, but I know that not everyone has a large printer, so when you do see a case design that requires a large printer, I think it's fine to use an external source. And so one of those could be JLC 3DP. And they not only do 3D printing, but they also do CNC and also custom PCB boards. And right now, if you go in the link below, you can get some discounts as a new member or a first purchase. So make sure to check them out. I've used them on my professional work, and so they have always pulled through. So really glad to have them on this channel to help it out. So with that out of the way, let's get this build started. So I have printed the parts already, and I printed it out in PETG with carbon fiber. That's kind of like one of my go-tos for printing PC cases, so I printed it out in the same manner. And obviously I didn't do any tuning for my printing, so I hope that the tolerances that my printer produces works out for the design that my member Evvy Designs has shared with us. So let me actually bring out all the prints. There's quite a few. So I'll just start listing them off, but I believe this is the front part of the frame, and this is the rear part of the frame. And then moving on, we've got a bunch of brackets here. So I believe these two will hold up the power supply. And these are some mounts for the motherboard. And then this is a GPU bracket that I believe should hold and support the GPU when it's installed in the case. And then we also have this other bracket here that I believe attaches to the PCI slot tab for the GPU. And then we've got a bottom plate here, and this is what's essentially going to go on the bottom of the case, and you'll notice there are little ridges here, so that these will act as the feet for the case. And again, going back to my own personal printer and the possibility of using the sponsor for this stream, this is quite a large piece. Let me just double check how big it is. This is about, wow, it's a 305 millimeters. So unless you have a large printer, it's going to be quite hard to print. So keep that in mind. Let me put this ruler away. And then we've got a front face over here. And then we've got these two top panels that are going to go on top of the case. And then we've got these side panels here that we will try to attach. And a mirror of them. Now, one thing that's interesting about this particular case, so if you followed my channel before, I do have a bunch of cases that I've uploaded and shared, but most of them you cannot really modify. Now, I believe the author, Evvy Designs, designed this case so that um, you can essentially make it longer, and I think in the future he will make it, he will give it the ability to go wider as well. And so what's nice about that is that essentially if you do have a larger video card and the current design doesn't work, you can use the parametric modeling where basically you can just input values to increase it or decrease it. And so I believe this is the first rendition of it, and the size I have is just the default that he has uploaded, but in the future you should be able to kind of change the case to fit whatever components you're going to be using for it. Now, I believe there's a bunch of processing I have to do to get this to work, so let's just get into it. And I know that for sure I have to install some heat inserts, and then I also have to install I think I have to modify something to work because I don't know if I have the parts for it, but let me go ahead and just get started on it. And actually, the first thing I should find out is obviously my printer, I use a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, so it's not the same as most people's nozzles. And so what I have found is that my tolerances aren't as tight. I think there's just a lot more material that can kind of poop out of the nozzle. So right now I'm just taking some M3 screws just to make sure they actually go through. And I guess it's a little tight. Oof. Okay, so that, I mean, this is not a fault of the design, it's a fault of possibly the user, myself, and the tolerances of my printer. So right now, I know that I'm going to be using this M3 screw through this hole, but it is not going through. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of expand the holes right now. Instead of having to check each one, I'll just go ahead and expand them. So let me go and grab my screwdriver and I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right, got this little old screwdriver I've had for like longer than I can remember, definitely over a decade. And I've got a bunch of drill bits. And obviously this is not something you have to do for every case, but obviously when I design my own cases, I know the tolerances of my printer, and so I just kind of design around that. It could just be that Evvy Designs has a nicer printer than I do, so his tolerances are a little tighter. So let me go ahead and open them up a little bit so that we can get going on this. Now I do wish I had like metric bits, but I don't. Let me see if this one will work. So right now I'm going to try a weird number, a 764. I'm not even sure if I've ever used this bit before. It looks a little brand new. Okay, this might be a little loud, so just let me know if it gets a little loud. Okay, let me see if that was enough. Okay, that's pretty good. Let me try another one. Yeah, that one definitely needs to get opened up a little bit. Let's try it again. Could use a little more, actually. Okay, so that one goes through. So I'm just going to go ahead and drill through all the spots I know are going to be utilized. And there might be a bunch, actually. That's also not counting whether or not I do have to install a bunch of heat inserts too, so let's see how those go. Well, it looks like I do have to go bigger, actually. Let's bump it up. So instead of using the 764, I'm going to go with the 1/8. Hopefully it's not too big of a jump. But okay. Cool. Alright, so that one is needed now. We've drilled out the holes on this a little wider. And now let me go ahead and do more processing, because I know that these particular, the front and the back frame, I believe I did enable supports on it. I'm not sure if they were supposed to be enabled, but I just went ahead and did it. So let me go ahead and do some finishing on that. And for the finishing, I will be using some side cutters and these needle nose pliers. Evvy Designs, hello. Evvy, it's good to see you. We've got your case featured today. All right, and then now we're going to be just removing some of the supports. Let me go ahead and put it to the medium view. Actually, no, this should be fine. Evvy Design writes, God, I'm nervous. You shouldn't be nervous. You should be proud. Okay. So Evvy Designs, I'm not sure if you intended supports to be necessary for the case. So I'm just letting you know that I did enable them, and I'll tell you why in a bit. Let me just go ahead and just start pulling out supports here. So that's nice, it came out just okay there. I think I'm removing the supports for the GPU bracket. And then we can also just test the fitment. I may have to bust out some sandpaper, maybe, I hope not. I don't think I do. I think we can get away with just the side cutters in case we need to do some fiddling inside the holes. Okay, so this is the support bracket for the GPU, and it slots in to these two little dovetails that are located on this bottom rail. And let me see if it'll fit. Yeah, it's got a good interface fit. I'm not going to put it all the way in yet, but it's fitting, so that's good. So good job, Evvy. All right, so we've got the supports out of the GPU bracket there, and I believe I should just drill out. So the program put in supports where these holes are for the. Oh, actually, I should clarify that. So this case will be utilizing the MakerBeam system. Now, if you're not aware, this is a MakerBeam extrusion. So it's made of aluminum, and they're very similar to like 80-20 profiles where you can just build whatever you want out of them. But what's nice about these is that they are 10 by 10, so they're very small. And so if you want to build this case, along with some of the cases I've also uploaded, it is nice to buy this MakerBeam kit. They also come in different sizes. There's other authors that utilize the 15mm variant, but I really like the 10mm. And this particular case will be utilizing the same thing. And Evvy Designs writes, thanks. The three openings are for solid state cables. Okay, it's good to know. So these will be the solid state cables. Okay. I guess maybe it'll make more sense as we build it, but let me keep going with this. And let me think, where was I last? Oh yes, I was removing the supports near the holes for the MakerBeam. Let's go ahead and just take these out. You know what, I'll be a good example today. I normally forget this, I almost forgot, but we shall be putting on some safety goggles. Mist in York, good to see you here. Let's see, Mist in York writes, love all these aluminum extrusion cases I see on SFF PC. No, for sure, they're very fun. If you check out the MakerBeam website, they actually have like posted cases from like decades ago. So lots of history around people utilizing the system to create a bunch of cool stuff with it. Like one thing that stands out for me in memory is someone created a case that was like passively cooled using the MakerBeam system. Obviously they used like a huge CPU cooler, but it's just really cool that you can kind of make whatever you're imagining with them. As long as it's a straight case, I guess. Well, no, I take that back, because you can create like a skin that's not straight but still utilizing the MakerBeam system. Let's see. Mr. New York, what's your favorite MakerBeam case so far? Or have you actually printed out one of the beams already? These goggles are like so scratched up. Everything I'm seeing is like a little foggy. But it's doable. And it is safer. You don't want to lose your eye or hurt your eyes doing something like this. Okay, so I've removed all the supports. Got a lot of support boogers here, but that is normal. As you see, they came off pretty easily, so I'm really happy about that. And now I know that I do want to test out the screw size. Okay, so I will have to open them up a little bit. So let me go ahead and do that right now. There's a bunch. Let me know in the chat if it's like way too loud. I can maybe like turn off the mic while I'm doing this. Don't want to have you all get deaf. Let's see. Mr. New York writes, wait, I have one saved. Never printed one myself yet. Only a plastic open bench. Nice. I know, funny enough, like, my personal gaming rig is in my open bench system right now. It doesn't have an actual case for it. But that'll change very soon, so keep an eye out for that. Let's go ahead and keep drilling these out. Hopefully my drill doesn't die. Okay, let me just double check to see if I got those other holes. Evvy Designs, right, it's all right. Evvy Designs also right. You can use just one T-nut on each track. Thanks. Yeah, so Evvy, I am going to be using just, so if you look at the case, if you see the files online, there's going to be like 2 holes per rail. And again, the idea that because this is a expandable case, you could have it so that the rail only goes to the furthest one or the closest one, but Evvy Designs has stated that you don't need to use each hole to to put the case together, so you can save on T-slots, because there are definitely a lot of T-slots. And if you don't know what the T-slots are, let me see if I can bring the camera a little closer. I'm gonna zoom it in here. So these are the T-slots, and basically the way they work is that you can see the extrusion profile of the MakerBeam, and they basically slot in and slide around on the rail, and then you can basically take, for this particular T-slot, it's going to be a M3 screw, and that's how you basically attach stuff to the MakerBeam. And then obviously if you have a lot of mounting points, you're gonna be using a lot of T-nuts. For this particular case, it's actually, it was more than my previous MakerBeam case, but obviously I was expecting it because the previous case I made, like, let me just show you. Like, my panels are one piece, so you can imagine this large piece here is just printed in one go because I do have, again, a large printer. But for this particular design from Evvy, he did have to separate the panels into two, and by doing so you basically like increase the amount of mounting points needed to make that happen. If you've checked out my other cases, I've had to do the same thing for some versions of my cases. It's just you just kind of escape it if you are trying to design for users with smaller printers. So I think I forgot some holes here. Give me a second. Okay, so that's it for the front panel. Let me just, cool, holes are going through. So I'm just going to put this to the side and start working on the rear portion of this. So let me just go ahead and start clipping away. Let's see. Missed in York, the container case by Jacob K Design. Yeah, it's a really fun one. Pretty much all his cases have been awesome, as of yours. Thank you, Missed in York. It's funny. I think anyone who's like in the custom case design, like probably sees cases and probably think right away like, yeah, like that would be a fun one to replicate. And I definitely considered doing the container case as well. But I was really like worried about like the copyright aspect of it. Like I've done replicas, but obviously like some of them they're like no longer in production. So I thought, well, what would it hurt if I make a replica out of something that's like no longer being sold? And then when I saw Jacob Designs do the container case, I was like, oh, okay, so if he's not getting sued, maybe I can like make my own version of that too. And I'm probably still gonna plan on doing a version of the container case, not like Jacob Designs, but obviously, I mean, you can't really change like a rectangular box too much, but keep an eye out for a rendition I have in mind for that. And I've actually kind of given hints to some of my Patreon members about that too. Yeah, so I mean, I'll call you out, Evvy. So Evvy Designs is a member of my Patreon, so he gets some of the sneak peeks, and basically this stream today is dedicated to him because I had asked him if there was something specific they wanted to see, and he suggested that I critique the members' cases if they do their own designs, and so we're doing that today. And I'm not sure if you remember, Evvy, but we were discussing expandability, and I think I sent you like a little photo of what I had in mind for expandability, because I think at that time you were designing this particular case already, so it'll be interesting once I actually get to it. There's so many cases I'm like designing at the same time. I'm being pretty bad about like keeping focus. There was a fun one I posted, and it's still in flight. I have this one case that's like kind of going away from a box, but I just haven't really made time or found time because real work has been like kicking my butt. So I'm just go ahead and still prying out these supports, and I'll be drilling out the holes just like the front panel. But there was one thing I did want to discuss or bring up while we're on this particular piece though, and I'll get to it soon. Maybe I should have made this stream earlier because it's already starting to get hot in my garage. Okay, so I think I got most of the supports out. All right, just gonna start drilling. Sorry, I'm just kind of... I have this issue of wanting to keep all these like boogers and stuff. Because I do have like some silicone molds, and I even bought a used oven on Facebook Marketplace just to melt down these little pieces into like a form, but I haven't gotten around to it. Okay, so cover your ears while I do some more drilling. Evvy Designs writes, you put out a case per week. Evvy Designs wrote it took me 7 weeks, and then Missed in York writes, and that's fine. Evvy Designs. Also, this case design is not final yet. I want to make the Fusion file available once I call it done. Yeah. So I think before you came in, Evvy, I did mention that you did want to make this case parametric so that if people have like specific needs and lengths for GPUs, they can use your designs to make it fit for their needs. And obviously that's not the case yet, but that is the hope for the future, and I think that's really cool. All right, I'm gonna do some more drilling. I don't know why I'm so nervous for this stream. I don't know if it's like, if you can hear it in my voice or like my body shaking, but I don't know why I'm so nervous. Maybe it's just been a while. I'm just kind of like out of practice. Let's see. Oh, that was already read that. Okay, so let me just keep on drilling. Ooh. That one was kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, but you know, Evvy Designs, you said it took you 7 weeks, but that's like, I think it's your first case that you made. I mean, I'll let you know that like my first cases probably took longer. So, but as you go through the motions, eventually they become fast. Like, I mean, just like you said, like I was able to do a case per week, but again, those are all like super rough sketches essentially, but you just get faster as you do more. So, I bet you any money you'll be pumping out these cases like crazy. Or maybe you don't have to because you're making yours parametric. And I was telling Evvy that, like, despite all the designing I do for these cases, like, I've never made a parametric design, so he's already got, like, one up on me on that. And I should learn how to do parametric design, but eventually I will. Or maybe by then we'll have like some online program that'll just allow us to make cases as we please. Okay, so hold on, let me just clear off my table here. I've got like all the stuff over here. Hands are sweating already. Let's see. Put on this napkin. Oh, this table's a mess. All right, just threw it in my bag of debris. All right, so one thing I wanted to bring up with Evvy is for this particular part here. Now, I actually did not want to turn on the supports, and I just turned it on because it actually was asking it for one particular part. Now, Evvy, I'm not sure how you want to approach this, but now again, this is the back panel, and this is the spot where your motherboard I/O will go, and this will be the spot where your GPU I/O goes, or the PCI tab. And one thing you have to know about any of our expansion cards, let me just grab my video card. You not only have to take into account like how you want to support the PCI tab and giving clearance for it to be installed and also to be held in place, but these guys are pretty troublesome too. So at the end of the video card, you have these little finger things here, and believe it or not, they're actually not straight. So you have like a plane here, but these tabs actually bend out just a little bit. I think I give it like maybe a mil just to be safe, but yeah, I just kind of like leave enough room to have it 1 millimeter away from the face. But essentially you have to take into account for it. Now in Evvy Design's model, he does take into account for it, and so It'll be really hard to see here on camera, but in this area, give me a second, what can I point with? I know I have, here we go, let's point with this thing, it's like orange. Okay, so in this little area right over here, Evvy Designs did put a cavity to make space for, again, the little tabs on the video card. But what that meant is that it created like an overhang to make room for that tab. And basically, if you have an overhang, that you can get away with some bridging, especially if it's just like if you can imagine, if you had a printed part that had like a hollow space like this, you could get away, you might be able to get away with adding no supports over here and just letting the printer run filament like straight across. And then again, like I want to emphasize like straight across. And so for the most part, the cavity that was put in here is about maybe like 2.5 centimeters or 25 millimeters like in length. And most printers can make that bridge just fine without needing support. But the issue here is that it's actually not a straight line. It might be hard to see, but the motherboard plane protrudes a little higher than the plane that the PCI bracket goes through. So if you wanted to bridge that, the print head would it would need to make like a turn mid-air. So how do you explain that? So basically, normally when you're bridging, you just want the extruder to like lay material straight. But by having it make turns like mid-air, it does reduce the chance of you having a successful bridge. And that's why I added supports to that particular part. And I'm actually looking at it. I hope I can get it out. And so that is one thing you want to maybe consider Evvy Designs moving forward, is that like you might need to come up with like a different method of getting that little cavity for the PCI finger thing. So I'm just removing some more supports from these motherboard mount holes. They're being stubborn. But again, I mean, Evvy, I'd love to hear if those supports weren't needed for the little fingers, because I definitely needed them. But I mean, again, like I am talking about this with reference to my own personal printer, and so I mean, like, for all I know, like, you probably printed it out just fine. I mean, I forget what printer you have. I'm not sure if it's like, if you're the Bamboo owner or you're the Creality owner. I know there's a bunch of guys that talk here, and you have to remind me which printer you have. Okay, man, that was a little stubborn there. But, so now I'm going to try to attempt getting that material out. Let me see if I can zoom in. Maybe I can, let's see. Evvy Designs, right? He's noting it down. Awesome. And then Miston York, yeah, great observation. And Evvy Designs did print it with supports. Awesome. Okay, so it's good to know that you also printed it with supports. Let me just zoom in really quick while I work on this. I'm not sure how much success I'm going to have. So again, the area in question is right over here. And so you can see there's like a little gap over here, and that's where the PCI little fingers will go. Let me just move it there. And as you can see, there are little tiny supports underneath there that I need to try to get out, and I really hope I can get it. So let's try. How do I even approach this? I mean, Evvy, were you able to get these out on your print? I'm sure we could also just hand fist it out too. Like, give me a second. Maybe I can just take this screw that I just took out. Maybe I can use that. Okay, so Evvy, you do have a Bamboo lab, and so you're probably you got some good tolerances there. So you said you You used a metal ruler and pushed it out. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna first try it with this little small flathead on my screwdriver. And if I can't get it out, then I may have to bust out your ruler trick. And now, unfortunately, my ruler is kind of big, so let's see how this goes. Now I'm trying to think. So normally I think I'll have to look at my other files. Like obviously, I actually approach this area like differently depending on each file I have, and so this is like a constant problem you're going to be facing if you're designing your own case. You either just like negate it by not even looking at it as a slot. Like for instance, Evvy, you could have just hogged out this entire area off. Oh, how do I explain this? So if you can imagine this surface right over here, like you could have pushed it closer to this edge here and not even had any overhang, because I know that in some like metal cases, they do have little slots that hold on to those fingers. So let me just, again, in reference, these are the fingers I'm talking about. So in some metal cases, they actually have like retention tabs that hold on to those. Now, obviously for 3D printing, you could do it, but it would just be kind of a little tedious, I guess. And I'm not sure how strong it'll be, because obviously with the metal part, you can have like a metal tab and have it strong enough to hold, but that's not going to be the same case for plastic, obviously. Like I think most cases are like a millimeter thick, but for my cases, I've been doing like 5 millimeters minimum, so you definitely can't get away with the same like thickness as you would in a metal case, just because of the strength of the material. Like it's just science. All right, I really hope I don't break this bit, but I think we're getting there. So let me get a better angle for y'all. But right now I'm just using, again, the little small screwdriver to kind of pry out this material. I'm actually really surprised it's coming out, because if this was my other printer, oh my god, this would be like welded in. Evvy Design says, watch your fingers. Mist and York, imprint PETG support. Good luck. Yeah, I mean, luckily for this, I really like this film. I know like there's like health concerns around PETG with carbon fiber or even glass fiber, but I think if you just don't handle your cases as much, like it's not a really big thing. Like I wouldn't use this as like material to make like a handle or something, but I mean, I keep saying this in every stream, but you really shouldn't be like handling your cases all the time. But we got most of the support out, so I think that should be good. I can clean it up a little bit more, but I'm really glad that came out, because I remember when I was looking at this particular part, I was really concerned with like how it was going to turn out, like both in fitting those little fingers and also could I get these supports out. And I think for the most part they're out. I think whatever's left in there we can kind of ham fist away. But as you can see, again, there is that little cavity that I'm referring to right now, and it's now emptied out, but obviously we did have to put supports on there. So cool. And this was the remnants of that support, so I'm glad that came out. Let's see, Evvy Designs, got it. I thought I have to have that retention slot. Glad to know it wouldn't be the end of the world if there's none. I mean, I think best practices, you should have it, but you know, I think most of my cases should have it as well, but I do have some cases where I don't have it, because even if you look online, there are some cases you will find where like they don't have anything to do with it. And I know that some other cases, actually what they do, Evvy, is they actually put like let's say for instance you had it like pressed up against the case, what some people do is they just like actually create a hole and use a screw to affix that particular part to the case. So I mean that is another opportunity. Like you could just like have it so that you have mounting holes for the top of the PCI tab, and you could also have mounting holes for the bottom too. So many ways around it. Obviously, I don't know if one is right or wrong, but then again, the way I approach these cases, I know they're not metal, so they're not going to be as strong, and so I always just keep that in mind so that when I do have a case, I try to limit the amount of times I move it. But obviously that's not the case for this channel, because if you've noticed, I do a lot of like photos and videos for some of my stuff, and so I'm probably moving the cases way more than anyone really should. So bear that in mind. All right, so I think we've got the processing done for this part. Actually, no, so Evvy, this is not an issue with your design. It's an issue with me, who doesn't want to buy more parts. But I am actually going to be enlarging the power button hole, because I believe you designed this for a 12 mil, I want to guess. Yeah, I think it's a 12 millimeter power button. I don't have one, and I do apologize for not buying one. I just didn't buy it. So I will be enlarging it to to have it so that my power button will fit. So, and if you don't know what I'm talking about while watching, but I believe this is a 19 millimeter power button. This is a 12, so obviously, I mean, I can run the cables through, but like the button itself will not sit in there. So again, this is not an issue of the design, because you can easily go on Amazon and buy a cable that'll fit just fine. And it's like yeah, it's not an issue really. I just I have a lot of 19 millimeter buttons, and so I'm not gonna I don't want to buy any more buttons. I got a lot of buttons. Maybe I should though, because I've never actually worked with a 12 mil. Maybe it's like nice and clean, so maybe that's why Evvy Designs went with it. And yeah, I'm not gonna. That's like, again, this is not a fault of the case design. This is a fault of the user who decided they didn't want to buy the components that the author requested. I mean, the same thing for me too. Like, I mean, I always design it for like a 19, but sometimes the 19 millimeter buttons I use are like deeper sometimes, and so I try to link the parts, but not everyone has the exact same parts all the time. So all I've done is basically taken my side cutters to cut out the infill that holds this together, and it should just pop out now. Hopefully I didn't miss anything, but I think it should pop out. There's a few that are holding on by like one layer. And you'll notice too, I made this particular part with a grid, and I think it's different than the grid that Evvy Designs use. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Evvy, I believe you used the hexagonal or the honeycomb ones. I just went with the straight line grids because it's a little faster. Okay, so basically I took my I took my side cutters and just kind of took away material so that the power button should fit. I'm actually just assuming it's gonna fit, but also, where did I put the power button? Oh, it's right here. It's kind of a mess. Okay, so it should fit now. Great. Yeah, so now it should work like so. All right. Let's see. Mist in York. Oh yeah, that power button hole needs to be parametric for sure. I think I've worked with engineers who work with parametric designs. Once I've submitted my own, I've never actually done it myself, so I mean I can't speak to that. For all I know, it actually is difficult to accommodate for like holes like that. So I might be just talking out of my butt. But hold on one second. Let me go ahead and I know that I'm assuming these are for M3 holes for the power cord. I should actually wait. Do I have a power cord? Give me one second. Okay, cool. I do have a power cord. But I think we are going to be pushing through a 3mm bolt. And yeah, so I think Evvy, my printer, I mean, I just have maybe crappy tolerances. So I have to ream these out a little bit. Oh my god, I just broke it. All right, this is not, again, this is not an issue of the design. This is a me issue. And it should still work, but I kind of broke that piece. Well, maybe it'll be slower. Okay, I guess I hand-fisted it. Sorry, Evvy. Not again. This is not an issue of your design. This is a me issue. Could I repair that actually? Maybe I can repair it. Man, it's a bummer. I like totally broke your design. But that's my fault. I should have been more careful drilling. It should still work though. You'll see. All right, so we've got the supports out of there. We've got this cleaned up. Oh, heat inserts. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started on that. So I know you listed the heat inserts you're using for the case, Evvy. And again, not Evvy Designs just replied back with mad faces. That I do apologize. Okay, so with your design, Evvy, I know that you're using M3 hardware, and you also spec'd out M3 standoffs for the motherboard. I have M3 heat inserts, but I do not have the M3 standoffs. But so instead, what I'm going to do is actually you'll see in a bit, but I created some spacers so that I can just use a screw instead of a standoff, and I'll show you what I mean in just a little bit. So let me go ahead and fire up the soldering iron. And I say this in every stream, but this is just a normal soldering iron, and I bought a heat insert tip so that I can just use this for heat inserts. So this soldering iron has actually never done any real soldering. It's really just meant for strictly installing heat inserts, and that's what we're going to be doing right now. And I know that we need to do it for these two brackets along with the two mounting brackets here for the motherboard. So while that gets heated up, I'll just chill here. And I'm really debating if I want to try and repair this mess up I did, because it should be pretty easy to repair. Basically, there's a mounting hole here that I kind of pushed through too hard because I was drilling it. But I know I can just probably get it right back in if I really wanted to. Maybe I will. But this still needs to be reamed out a little bit, so let me see if I can do that before I try this repair, because the soldering iron is being turned on, so we can. I mean, that's what I was going to use to repair it. So let's go ahead and ream this out really quick. Well, maybe this might be easier said than done. Or this might just be a waste of time that I'm doing right now. But it's a nice experiment. Boom, reamed out. So I've reamed that out. And now I can just stick it back in where I pushed it out. And then take my soldering iron and just kind of start poking at it. Like I can take some of this like material that I took out from the processing and use that as like material to melt this thing in. Probably could use a 3D printing pen too. But I actually broke mine. I don't, or maybe it just died. I don't know. But either way, it's not working anymore. I'm not gonna complain though. I think it was like 20 bucks. Lasted like maybe 7 years, but it's not working anymore. Anyway, so I've just gone ahead and melted back that little piece I took out, and yeah, again, Evvy just you could also use washers, and that's what I was thinking. Like I could just use a washer, or I know that some of my M3 heads are like pretty wide, and so that could have worked as well too. So that's why I wasn't so concerned about me breaking it, because I know that would have been easy enough just to get it working again. All right. Okay, so with the soldering iron now warm, I will be installing heat inserts. And so I'm using heat inserts that I already own. And Evvy Designs did spec out the heat inserts that he used. But I am just assuming that mine will also work. But that hasn't always been the case, and so we are going to find out right now. So I guess what I could do is just do like a dry fit without the soldering iron, and yeah, there's tension, so that's good. I would have been more concerned if it like just literally just slipped right through, because then I probably would have to do more modifications to make that work. Since I did melt some material on the tip, I'm just going to go ahead and take my brass brush to remove some of the melted parts, because it just makes the install a little cleaner. All right, I guess we can zoom in for this. Missed in New York, yeah. I also use a separate soldering iron exclusively for heat inserts. Just a random $10 Amazon one. Yeah, that's essentially what I think. We might be using the same one. Who knows? This was also only like 10 bucks. So, but it's funny that this $10 one was nicer than the one I actually was using for soldering. If you've seen my other videos, the soldering iron that I was using to solder, I did have on one of my videos, and someone like went into the comments, was like, give me so much crap for the condition of the soldering iron, but I'm like, it still works. Leave me alone. Okay, so I'm just inserting the heat inserts now. Again, these are M3. Cool. I'm glad they went right in for that. And now I'm going to be installing, I guess, oh sorry, I missed this one too, so I have to install 5 in total. So 4 for the motherboard, and then 1 for the PCI bracket. And hopefully I'm not forgetting one, but I don't think I am. I think the rest are going to be just T-nuts. And Evvy and I were talking, and he did mention that the design does use a lot of T-nuts, and I mean that's honestly normal. Mine use a lot too. So I think it's like over 30. I can count it in a little bit. Give me a second while I just install these heat inserts into the brackets. I'm like shaking right now. I don't know why. Or maybe I'm just like sleep deprived. That's actually probably it. Okay, so I think that's the last of the heat inserts. So there should be 5. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this soldering iron off. Unless, Evvy, are there more? Am I missing one? I did 5. Maybe. I mean, I looked it over. I just assumed where the heat inserts would go. I hope I'm not missing one, but I don't think I am, because everything else is going to be on the rail. Yeah, I think everything else should be on the rail. So we can start building this thing. Man, this is a mess, though. Hold on. I'm going to keep the drill and the drill bit together. I don't need this ruler for now. I can put this maybe over here. Drink some water. All right. Evvy Design says, hey, they're working. That should be it. Perfect. All right, so let's get going on this. Put some of these tools to the side. Don't think I'll need that anymore. And let me just go ahead and clean off this like dust here. This is like kind of bothering me. Okay. But so far, I mean, this is pretty normal. So Evvy Designs, you really have to be proud of yourself. Designing stuff for yourself and making it functional, it's not easy. And so I'm giving this thing a review, and I don't think I'm being harsh, but I just want to let you know that you did a great job. Like, I mean, obviously I haven't put it together yet, but just I know how much effort it took to get this to where it's at now. So you should be really proud of yourself for just executing. You know, it's all about, that's what it's all about, just executing, and you have executed. Let's see how well it goes moving forward, but yeah, I just wanted to say that. All right, so again, these are using the rail systems. Oh, I forgot about the fan. Sorry about the noise. Do I have a fan this size? This is a 60 mil. I should have one. Let me go ahead and find one in a bit, but for now, let's actually just put this thing together. Now I'm just gonna make some assumptions on how it goes together based on my experience with the maker beams in the past, but I'm assuming these just slide in. So I'm just taking the maker beam and sliding it in. Maybe I'll go from the top. This is where the tolerance of your printer comes into play. But hold on. Okay, now I'm actually scared. I hope I don't break this. If you've watched my other streams, I've broken cases like while I've been building them. Cool, yeah, so I mean, that slid right in, so I think I got lucky with the tolerance because it's actually quite a good interface fit. Oh, now that I did that though, I probably should think about where all these T-nuts are going to go, because eventually I'm not going to have space to actually put them in. Let me just go ahead and install the rails, and then think about the amount of T-nuts that are going to be needed for it. Okay, so this part's a little sketchy the way I did it, because the material is pretty strong, but because I did print it in this orientation, the layers are this way. And what it basically means is that they are a little weaker in this direction. So if I like torque this like this way and that, or forward back, like I do run the risk of like snapping it. And if you've seen my other streams, I have snapped my my cases by doing that. So don't be surprised if it happens here. And again, this is not a fault of the design. This is, again, more user issues. Evvy Designs writes, I had to thank you for critiquing my design, using your own materials and time and effort. I really appreciate it. Oh, no problem. I mean, again, you are part of the Patreon Evvy Designs, and so I have to thank you for going above and beyond for supporting this channel. I mean, I'm not saying everyone should be supporting the Patreon, but I do appreciate that you're there. And yeah, but then to that point too, I do appreciate everyone that's here as well. So thank you so much for joining. Let's see. Evvy Designs writes, yeah, place the T-nuts on the plastic part. And then Miston York writes, was that the one you super glued? It might have been the one I super glued. Yeah, I think you were there then. That was kind of embarrassing, but I mean, we made it work. I forget. I think it was, I want to say it was this one. Hold on. I may have reprinted it already. A screw just came out. Where'd that come from? Maybe I did reprint it already. But it was similar to this. So this is a maker beam case I had to take apart. But you can see like Evvy has some pretty robust rails for the maker beam. I had like these tiny little tabs, and so if I was critiquing myself, I'd be like, "Listen here, you dumbass, you should make these beefier." But it worked. I mean, obviously, I've also been very careful with that case too. So I've gotten away with it just by being mindful. But yeah, to Evvy, to give props to Evvy, like he did design these a little bit more beefier than I probably would have, so that's good. Keep doing that. All right, so I know that this is the top. So I think it goes like this. And then what I want to do is just put this on the opposite side. And I think that's right. Power supply. Right, so I think this is like the orientation is video card down, and then power supply goes this way. All right, so I'm going to put the rails. Am I doing this right? Hold on. I need to think about this for a second. So right now I'm trying to think, do I want to put the rails only on one side and just kind of shimmy it down? Or do I want to have it like kind of coming in like this versus like just, I don't know how to, yeah, maybe I will just put it on one side. Man, this got me thinking now, am I doing this right? I'm just afraid that when I try to put on this next piece, like while I'm pressing it down, like I'm not going to be able to actually align it properly. So that's the scare, because obviously, like you saw me put in the rails, I did have to put on some force. So how did you do it, Evvy? Did you just have it on one side and pressed on the next one, or did you like alternate? Because my plan was to actually like have these two connected and then have these connected, so that when I bring it down, they're kind of just like meeting each other. But maybe it's the same thing if I just have it on one side. Maybe I think having it on one side might be easier to actually manage, because that way what I can possibly do is just put weight on like one part versus two parts. So let's go with that. I'm gonna go ahead and oh man, that really kind of scares me. It's in, okay. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna have it installed on just one part, and then hopefully I can push down the other one when I install it. Fingers crossed. Man, okay. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, again, I think the main intention that I want to point out that Evvy was after was that if you did want to make it longer, like let's say you had a video card, the video card I'm using is kind of short, but if you want it longer, you could like technically like just increase or like just determine like where this thing terminates and allow it to kind of slide in and out like an accordion, so that you can accommodate for larger video cards. And I think you've mentioned it before, Evvy. I think the future designs are going to have it so that it can also get wider, because what do you call it? Obviously, as the cards get longer, they also get wider, just to accommodate for like larger heat sinks and whatnot. Okay. Okay, so for sure I need a nut. I need a nut in each rail for just this part. So let me go ahead and slide this on right now. Oh man, how am I gonna like find them though? We'll see. We'll see. All right, one nut. Wait a second. Wait, Evvy, I think I did this wrong. Why did it stop? It shouldn't have stopped. Oh, hold on. There's like a little protrusion in there. I think I did it. I think I was supposed to put the. So you need the T-nuts in before you slide these things in? Oh my god, hold on. Can I even get this out? I think I already screwed up. This is not this is not a fault on the design. I think it's just me planning and making assumptions. Actually, Evvy, how do I say this? So big brain time. Hey, how's it going, Saper PL? It's good to see you in here. You'll notice on this print, look closely on the holes. So do you just hold on. So you bring it down and then okay, I'm going to slide it in partially. Now, there are little, I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Give me a second here. So Evvy did put these little cavities here, and those generally will hold the nut in place. So that means I have to, correct me if I'm wrong, Evvy, you actually want the user to, give me a second, I need to clean up. Now I should have been better about cleaning these holes up more. I think I left a lot of like burrs sticking out, but Evvy, I'm assuming you want this T-nut already resting in here. Oh, hold on one second. Is my T-nut too big? Okay, this is probably a tolerance issue with my printer, but I think maybe my T-nut might be a little too big. Or sorry, my tolerances are a little sloppy. Or maybe they are just too tight. I don't know how much tolerance you gave like at the end of this little notch versus the length of this. And so I guess what I'm referring to is there's a little slot here that's, I guess, where the T-nut is supposed to sit. And what's nice is it'll actually hold it in place, but I guess maybe my tolerances are a little off, but I don't know if I can fit that T-nut in there, but I'm gonna try. Give me 1 second. This is a little funky. Am I doing this right, Evvy? Okay, so place the T-nuts in the cavity. Yes, it actually helps the T-nuts in place. Everything has a 0.2 tolerance in the design. 0.2 is good. So I think it might just be my printer. Obviously, this part needed supports, and so that could also play into it. But I may need to take off some material to make this happen. It's not that huge surge. Hold on. Actually, let me just try first. But I am worried about how much force I had to put on there to get this in. Yeah, so you can see here right now, like it's not sitting perfectly flush with it because I think my tolerances were a little sloppy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to like carve out like maybe like one layer off each one. So I'm just gonna take off some material lengthwise, and hopefully this should be enough. So I'll probably have to do that about 8 times to for each rail, and I hope I gave it enough. Now I think 0.2 is good. I think for situations like this where I know that I can afford some wiggle room, Evvy, I think I have been going for like the full 0.5. So, oh, hold on 1 second. Evvy Designs, yeah, that's the right way. Saper PL writes 0.02. Yes, Saper PL because it's on one side, so total tolerance for this part is actually 0.0. Oh, so Evvy, if it's 0.02, that is a, yeah, so Saper PL, like, is there a 0 in front of the 2 before the decimal, Evvy? Because that's kind of tight. If it's 0.02, like you are in the category of a very nice printer that has really good tolerance, and that is definitely not my printer. Hold on 1 second here. I'll move it so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so 0.0. So 0.02 is very tight. So I would have been, I think I gave you the thumbs up for a 0.2, but I think 0.02 is like super tight. I wouldn't do that. And this, maybe I have to carve off a little more. So man, you have a really nice printer if you were able to do this, because I'm kind of struggling. I may need to lop off a little bit more, actually. I think I took off one layer. I think the layer height for this is 0.24. But again, we're also accommodating for like some droop because this is an area where I did put some supports. Actually, to that point, Evvy, right now, you cut these slots at a 90-degree angle. Now I know that it's like super tedious, but if you were to simply make it a 45 degrees, so if you imagine, like right now, let me zoom out, I might be able to do it with my fingers. So right now the slot is 90 degrees like this. Now if you were just to have it so it's like 45 degrees out on each side, we would be able to avoid needing supports on it, because you know at a 45 degree angle you don't need supports. And so yeah, if you just make it like a little is that a trapezoid? Or God, that's like middle school math. But anyways, but yeah, that shape, I think it is a trapezoid. Correct me if I'm wrong, but basically you just if you can avoid the 90-degree angle in this little slot, you would benefit in not needing supports for it. And then also it would actually give you a little bit more breathing room, because you honestly don't need this much like tolerance to make this idea work of like capturing the T-nut. I'm really struggling with this. But this is like a tolerance issue for my printer. But it is good to note, because like I'm sure like maybe someone else has a printer that's like even worse tolerance than mine. So gonna kind of keep that in mind. Okay, so I did get it over the I did get it in. So like, see, you've noticed now that a part of it is already in, and I hope I can just push. Okay, so it is getting a little caught, so it's not like perfect. Okay, so we got it. No, I think it's a really cool idea that you did, Evvy, in capturing that. But now I'm really worried about what I'm gonna do when I have to put the other side on. If I had that much issues, but we'll make this happen. Okay, so let me go ahead and I wish I could mark like which one I've done. Okay, we know I've done this one, so I'm gonna remove this one. Oh my God, hold on. I really hope Fun Dying is in here. Good to see you, Fun Dying. Okay, so I'm just trying to pull out the rail. Mine are really tight. I don't know how tight yours were, Evvy. I'm actually getting nervous. My hands are like starting to sweat. Try to get. Okay. You just gotta go slow and steady, because I don't want to break this piece. Because again, in this orientation, it is quite fragile because the layers aren't helping it. So what I'm doing is I'm pushing down the part while I pull up, in the hopes that I don't like put any like sideways forces on it. Okay, I think that should be enough, but I'm gonna do that same surgery where I hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna do that same surgery where I took off some material. And I'm just trying to think. I put the T-nut in this closer hole over here. Wait, I think, oh no, I screwed up again. Oh my God. Because the other side also needs T-nuts, right? Ooh, hold on one second. I need to think about this. Oh no, but I think, Evvy, you mentioned that you can just use one screw per, I guess, per shaft, right? Because I think you have 4, and I don't think you need all 4. No, I don't think so. Okay, I think we're still good. Which one did I do now? I forgot. I really forgot which one I did. It must be this one, because this one's up, so it must be this one. Maybe what I should do is actually just like screw it in already. Sorry, these glasses are not helping for my visibility. Okay, that's way clear. Those are some old safety glasses I have, and they're really scratched up. Okay, so I don't forget, I'm just gonna go ahead and install the screw in here already. All right, so for this case, just like my other MakerBeam case, I will eventually put the links, but I just got these like assorted screws from Amazon. They're all M3, and that's what I've been using for most of my builds lately, and it's been able to cover most, if not all, of the M3 needs I've had. And obviously I got both black and silver depending on which like case we're working with. And I think for this one, I'm just gonna use a silver one. I hope this is the right size. This is probably like a 5 mil. Oh my god, I just totally smacked that. Actually, hold on, I can just do a visual check to see if it'll sit in there enough. I think this should work. Where's my little screwdriver? I swear I had it out here already. It's like the little screwdriver that comes with the MakerBeam kit. So I've got this guy out. Where did the other one go? Oh, come on. That's so weird. I literally had it out. Oh, here's right here. All right, so this is the MakerBeam screwdriver that comes with the kit. And so let me go ahead and, oh, that is not actually not, I need a longer one than this. Ooh, little sketch there. All right, so let's try, I think this is kind of long though. Will this work? I guess we'll find out. I think this is like an 8 mil, but I can double check. Give me 1 second. There is a graph on the case, but it's like not aligned with where they put the screws, so I don't trust it. Yeah, this is an 8 mil. So it's an 8 millimeter long M3, and I hope. Cool. All right. Nice. So 8 millimeter seems to work. I tested it on mine. I use 8 mil with knob head. Cool. Yeah, I think we're using the same one then. So it's like a little button head. And let me go ahead and do the surgery to get these T-slots in for this rail. I'm gonna just lop off like 2 layers. And just so that we can have enough space to install it. If you don't have these side cutters in your 3D printing, like you need it. It's such a nice tool to have for 3D printing. For like support removal and little modifications like what you're seeing right now. All right, so I think I gave it enough space, or no, I think I lied. I do like your idea here though, Evvy, in terms of trying to capture the nuts. I know that if you look at my designs, I just kind of let them free. I'm still on the fence which one I like more, because I think this does work well when executed. But I almost feel like it makes the installation just a tad bit harder. But that, I mean, it just really be a me issue. But you know what? What I can probably do is just install a screw to hold that nut in place while I slide it in, and just hope that there's enough clearance for it. All right. Okay. I think that's a good plan. Did you do the same thing, Evvy? So I just screwed in just to keep it in place, because that way I don't have to like fight like pushing in the rod while I'm holding it in place. And I think that works. Now let's see if I can get this thing slid on. Hold on, what is happening here? Or maybe I didn't. Oh, you know what? I don't think maybe it's like 3 layers I need to remove to make this happen. We need more layers. Yeah, so Evvy, I don't think you need to have it this tight. I think you should be able to get away with like honestly like 1 millimeter might work just fine because the capturing is already working. So you might not need to have it that tight, but I could be wrong. But again, kudos to your printer. Your printer is pretty precise to allow for this. Like I'm still having issues right now. I'm so afraid of like breaking this right now. And maybe this will be more stable if I do it this way. We need stability. Sorry, you can't really see it on camera, but I'm trying to line up this T-nut to the rail, and I'm having some issues with it. Let's see. This is pure user experience. This pure user experience is gold for me as a designer of the case. You can use screw to pull it into the cavity as well, for sure. And then Staper wrote, at some point, it'd be good to have a small Dremel with some dentist scale cavity drill to clear out prints just right in tight spaces. Yeah, I mean, I do. Not sponsored by Dremel, but do have a Dremel. I'm just, I guess, being stubborn. And it's really loud too. Where was I? Okay. I'm pushing this down. All right, let's go ahead and try my best to line this up. Oh, did I go too far in? Hold on. I mean, just shift it up just a little bit. If I break this, don't be surprised. But I'm also like not the most careful sometimes. I'm just gonna tighten this up more so that it kind of sits a little more flush to the rail, and hopefully that allows me to needle nose pliers. I just used them. Okay, align this T-nut a little bit more. Okay. All right, so I've aligned it, and I hope it'll slide in now. Okay, something is not lining up that well, though. What is it? Oh, you know what? Now I think it's like too tight. All right. I think I'm not supposed to have it that tight actually, because it doesn't allow for the system to work as designed. All right, so I do apologize that I'm doing this kind of like away from the camera, but I actually, it's very hard to do it to accommodate for the viewers and be precise at the same time. Okay, we've got the T-nut partially in now, so this should be easier. So let me go ahead and maybe now loosen this up since we've got part of it captured already, and I should be able to push it down to where it needs to be. I'm hearing noises. Hold on one second. Maybe it needs to be loosened up even more. But I hear some crunching. Give me a second. All right. All right, definitely took a lot of finagling, but we've got it in. So let's just lock that down, and now let's move on to the other side. All right, I'm gonna brace the part and then pull up. I'm trying to be careful. It doesn't help that my garage is starting to heat up already. Okay, a little more than that. Oh, so for this one, it only has it at the end. Okay, let me go ahead and almost remove it all the way then. Okay, so we've got that sticking out that much. I'm going to go ahead again and remove some material from the slot. I think Saber might be right. I might have to bust out the Dremel. It's just so loud. I may have to bust it out for the sake of time. I hate using the thing, actually. Okay, I have to use it. What I'll do is I'll just mute the mic. Dremel. And if you don't have a Dremel and you do this kind of stuff, it's really nice to have. I mean, that's why Saber PL brought it up. I am busting up the safety goggles again, my scratched up safety goggles. Well, actually, let me just ask you. Let me know. No, Evvy, you don't have to apologize. This is part of the game. In some of my videos, like, obviously you've seen a lot of the live stuff, and for the most part, things have been going pretty well. But in some of my previous videos, like, I do some of this stuff off camera because, like, for instance, I mean, I've shown where my printer has failed, and like, some of this stuff just has to be done. But with a good printer that's set up, like, generally you can avoid some of these things. But no, this is normal. Don't apologize. I'm just trying to decide what bit I want to use right now. Maybe I'll go with this one. It's hard to see. It's a very small bit. But I'll show it if I can. But it does have like a flat end. It is quite small, but I mean, what I'm working with is pretty small, so I think it'll be fine. I just hope that I don't like melt it instead of cutting it. Fundyne writes, fine grit sandpaper on a stick could loosen the tracks enough. It's actually not the tracks, Fundyne, that I'm dealing with right now. It's like the space that the T-nut needs to fit in the 3D print itself. Like, the tracks wise, I think it's fine. It's really like again, the little cavity that's there for the T-nut. All right, I'm gonna do a test. Let me know how loud it is now. Hey, it's actually not bad. I think my talking is louder, but I'm gonna wait and get feedback from y'all because I don't want to like deafen people who are wearing like earphones or something. But was that too loud? Let me know, or else I'm gonna keep going. It's not bad. Okay, I'm gonna go with it then. All right, so if it starts getting crazy loud, just like start typing in or start leaving the stream now. Okay, don't leave the stream. Okay, so let me go ahead. I have the setting the RPM pretty low so that I can hopefully avoid having it melt. Oop, I just slipped. I think that's enough. I should clean it up a little bit more. I probably didn't use the right bit for that. I'm like halfway tempted to like grab a bit that's actually meant for a router or a CNC, but truth be told, I'm not quite sure where it's at right now, but I know I have one that's like a really like perfect straight edge. So that's good. All right, so Saber PL does say that the Dremel is only 40% of my voice. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That's kidding. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a screw on this, because I think I gave it enough clearance to stay put. So I'm happy with that. I'm gonna go ahead and stick this screw through and lightly hold the T-nut in place, just so that it doesn't move so much. But I think that should be good enough. And hopefully I can slide it in. Oh, okay, it's in, that's good, but that sudden acceleration really freaked me out. Okay, so we've got 3 out of 8. And how much time have we? We're an hour and a half in. I do appreciate everyone for staying around. Okay, so we've got 3 out of 4 on this side. So let me go ahead and lift up this one and do the same thing for this side. Oh my god, that's really freaking me out. It's actually not hard to get out. It's really like I'm just trying to be as careful as possible. The glimpse of the truth. Okay. A little more. It doesn't help that my hands are like sweating already. I don't know what the temperature is in my garage. It's probably. Hold on, I did have a thermometer around here. I don't know where I put it. Anyways, that's me rambling. Let's get cracking on this. So I want to get this opened up. All right, I'm busting out the Dremel again. So if you got earphones, feel free to take them out. One second, I'm trying to decide which side I want to actually approach. So we've got inside and we've got outside here, so I guess it doesn't really matter which one I go with. So I will just go with the outside one, because there are a decent amount of mounting points for this. But just like, I'm just gonna snip off. I think it'll reduce the amount of time I have to Dremel if I just do like a pre-cut. But Evvy Designs has pointed out that you don't need to use all the mounting points. So that's good. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and Dremel again and clean it up a little bit. Maybe I also hate the Dremel because it just reminds me of the dentist all the time. I hate the dentist. And that's why I floss twice a day, just so I can avoid them. Alright. Gonna lightly tighten this just to keep it in place. Oh man. All right, I think my patience is getting the best of me right now. Okay, we've got a few threads in, and that should be good enough. Okay, so now I'm going to try pushing it in. Maybe I'll try from the side first. Let's see how that goes. Oh, it freaks me out. No, I'm gonna go this way. Let's try to avoid destroying this. Because if you see my other streams, like it was mentioned already, I have destroyed some stuff midstream. It's really hard to do for the camera though. think it's in. It is a little funky hearing like the slight crunching noises. But we are in. Okay, we're like halfway of that. Is it flush? I'm assuming in Evvy designs that these are supposed to be flush against the ends, right? For this particular size. Okay. Now I have to make sure that I have the proper amount of T-nuts in here before I put this top one. Actually, you know what? Before we even do that, since I have to do so much dremeling anyways, I might as well just dremel it now, right? And I think it was easier to do it on this end. So I'm just going to dremel these parts here. All right. Look at me using my brain for once. Okay, so I'm just opening up these little slots like I did before. And I'll clean them up with the Dremel in a bit. And I'm just using the side cutter to make this space, as you can see. And let me just do a quick check to see if it's enough. Okay, just gonna clean it up. If you've never used a Dremel before, I would suggest doing some practice, because it does rotate, and sometimes when it catches, it like literally like drags along the part. So just be mindful of that. I think you saw me do like a little minute little dragging that just happened right now. So, but again, having a Dremel is super useful, not just for 3D prints. Like, you can like polish stuff with it sometimes. Just useful in general if you're like into any hobbies. Okay, again, just using the side cutter to clean up these rail things. Okay, go in with the Dremel again. I was once making like a present for someone, and I had already like painted it, but then I noticed I had to take a Dremel to something and like totally ruined the paint job after the Dremel caught and just like ate up the the paint. Okay, so that looked good there. I'm gonna do 2 more, and hopefully we'll be done with Dremel, but we'll see. But I hope everyone's Saturday is going good. Let's see. Evvy Designs writes, depending on your GPU length, for sure we can, again, we can expand this. Yeah, it's flush on the back and adjust on the front. I see, okay. Okay, I'll adjust it when we get there. The rail channels keep the aluminum extrusion in place. They do, and they work really well. I never uploaded my first MakerBeam case that I made in like 2017, but it also had like these little protrusions over here. You'll notice on my newer cases, I have sometimes like little nubs to keep in place, but I don't actually do the entire rail, because I do find that they are definitely more secure, but you are very reliant on just how precise your printer is, because otherwise, like, you gotta deal with it like me. Sorry, I just noticed that hole was like not touched up. Okay. Dremel time. Dremel actually makes their own 3D printers too. I think maybe it's just like a white label branding, but it was really funny seeing like Dremel branded 3D printer. But I guess it's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen like a Mercedes or like a Jeep branded mountain bike. Maybe it's just like they just slap their logo on there, you know. It's made by like some no-name company. I never actually seen the Dremel 3D printer working. I saw it in the store, so I don't think I've even seen any reviews about it, so maybe it's like not even worth talking about. All right, so I think we've got one more of these rails to fiddle with, and then we can determine how many T-nuts we need inside, and hopefully continue on with the case. I'm trying not to do a part 2 of this, but we actually are almost like 2 hours in. So thank you everyone for sticking around. But this is still fun though. I'm not going to complain. We're still tinkering. Tinkering's fun. Okay, I think it's this side I have to clean up. Almost dropped it. Okay, I hope that was it for this piece. That's the reason why I don't like using the Dremel too. It's just dusty, especially when you're working with like that rotary cutting tool. You're just creating like fine dust, and I know how useful it is, like I mentioned, but I don't like dust. That's why, if you've seen my like that, I think I named it the Sug Forza. It was like a part that I printed, and I kind of gave up on the finishing process, and that's why it's all like wavy, because I just got fed up of sanding. Not fun. Definitely, if I had more money, I'd just pay someone and be like, "Hey, can you sand this for me?" Let's see. Evvy Designs writes, some people do 20-hour streams. I think the wife would get mad though. I think she probably wants to go eat soon. I don't want to deal with the hangry. Okay, Dremeled should be ready to roll. So now I need to actually determine how many T-nuts I need to place in here before moving forward. Oh, there's these brackets I need to deal with. How many brackets are there? Okay, so these ones I don't think I need to... Wait. How does that... 1 second, sorry, I'm having a brain fart right now. There's... Evvy, do these... I know this is for the PSU support bracket. Does it screw in? Because you have a protrusion on the inside of this area, but I think the T-nut is supposed to... I think the T-nut will get in the way of that protrusion, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think I have to Dremel some of these pieces though still. I thought I was done Dremeling. Dremel! Alright, more Dremel while I wait for an answer. That's for PSU and T-nut from inside. Right, but okay, maybe I'm not seeing it right, but like you have a screw hole. I'll zoom in. So you've got the screw hole right over here, but right underneath it you also have a protrusion, and I know that the rail, give me 1 second. I know I have like a small rail somewhere. Yes. By the way, Maker Beam comes in a lot of like lengths. So I think this is a 150. Yeah, so basically, so you've got a screw that goes through there, and that makes total sense. And then the rail, like because you have a little nub right over here, you know, like the volume of that nub, obviously it's taken up by the rail system, but if we want to put a T-nut in there, that little nubbin essentially is going to be taking at the same spot. So my assumption is we don't need it. Oh, so Evvy, so you cut them off. Perfect. Okay. Okay, I'll do the same. So I'm going to go ahead and take my side cutter and just lop those off. And hopefully I did enough. I may need to come back with it on with the Dremel though, because this part is quite precise. Like if you can imagine, it's only a 10mm rail, and so like every millimeter is going to count to make sure that the interface is correct. And I hope I took off enough. I may have to come back to it with the Dremel. Whoa, that part just like flew. Really good. I'm wearing safety goggles for once on this stream. You know, I used to wear glasses, and so I didn't really worry about that too much, but I no longer wear glasses, so my eyes are naked. Okay, so I think I did the surgery for that. I'm assuming it'll work. I mean, I guess let's not assume. Okay, I think for sure it'll work because it no longer has like that. Yeah, it'll work. Okay, cool. So that's good. I do need to open up these ones though. So this is these are brackets for the motherboard. Okay. And then, and I'm assuming, yeah, I'm assuming Evvy will fix these up. Or don't. I mean, if it worked for you already, Evvy, I mean, like, at the same time, like, I think this file is for free. Like my prints aren't perfect either. Like, there's definitely, like, some issues here and there. I mean, it is plastic, but, if you already got another case going, like, don't. I personally, because I'm not charging you all, like, I'm not, like, super, like, I don't prioritize, like, fixing quote unquote the case. I mean, if there is a glaring problem where the case itself will not work, I mean, I think I have done changes in the past, like I think I've added more mounting holes for something, for instance, but generally, like if the case prints and I get it to work, like I'm kind of done with it, because again, like I just kind of move on to the next case already, because there's so many cases I want to design. There's just not enough time and energy. And again, I don't charge for the cases, but I guess you know, if I did charge you all for the cases, like, yeah, I would definitely fix them, but I don't charge, so sometimes it just kind of gets left there. Dremel time. John Bernard wrote safety first for sure, and then Evvy does say he will fix them, so that's good. Okay. Now I kind of wish I brought my respirator too, because definitely like particles flying about. And again, so in this situation here, if you are going to be doing some Dremel work for your 3D prints, that's when I think I would refrain from recommending this particular filament. So again, this is PETG, and it has carbon fiber in it, and so I'm sure I probably have carbon fiber in my lungs right now, so I probably should have worn some masks. Well, maybe I'll have streams in like 20 years where I'm in a hospital bed on a respirator, just like doing stuff for y'all. But I think by then, no one's going to be actually doing any designing on their own anymore. It'll all just be AI. You'll just sit there and be like, let me get a PC case that also has like an Arduino and a Raspberry Pi, and it has to fit XYZ, and then it'll just like pop out in like a second. So let's keep going. Yeah, that did take a turn. You know, I'm the type of person that likes to think about my death at least once a day. I think it makes life more fun. So you appreciate it more, I feel like. All right, so now this is where I'm been hesitating because I have to decide. I have to determine how many T slots I need in this thing. Okay, so for sure. So Evvy, on this one, this is the bottom piece, and I know that you have like, sheesh, like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places to put T-nets. I'm not doing that. I think we discussed that you also did not do that, so I'm doing 4. But let me go ahead and actually drill them out. God, now every time I'm actually thinking about the carbon fiber now every time I do this, and I broke the other one because I was going too fast. I wonder, I'll probably end up breaking this one too if I just, so I didn't put a top and bottom layer to make this mesh, but I think this is gonna catch actually. Decisions. Do I have like a tapered bit? I do not have a tapered bit, but okay. Brace your ears, because I am dremeling some more instead of drilling, because I think if I drilled it, I probably will break it the same way I broke that other part in the beginning. So let's go ahead and open these up. That's one. And again, I'm doing this because I think my printer just isn't as precise. So your results will vary. Okay. More drumming. Okay, as I was dremeling this one, Evvy, like I was dremeling this corner over here, and I noticed it's quite close to the edge of this like foot thing. Hold on one second. Okay, it's a little closer to this foot, and I realize now why it is and why it wasn't on this side. So I don't know how your the design is on. Let's see. The reason why there are tons of holes is my printer is small and I had to cut into 2 pieces. Oh, so but you uploaded the file as a large one, right? But you're saying it actually is small. I see what you mean. So basically, like, if you were to cut it in half, you would need like the 4 mounting points similar to the top of this guy. It has like 4. That makes sense. Okay, but I did want to bring up. I noticed now you have a draft that tapers on this end, so it gets narrower, which is like what most cases do. Like for instance, as an exaggeration, when I design my feet, they kind of also taper like this. So you have it like on this side, but you have it like opposite on this side. So instead of like tapering in like this one does, it's actually like doing this. So it's actually tapering out, and that's why I noticed that the wall was closer to the hole. And so it might just be I'm wondering if when you mirrored, you may have just mirrored this like feature and maybe flipped it. Yeah, because basically the cuts you made to make that little slant to like mimic this, they're like parallel. And so you need to like go the opposite way. But not a big thing. I mean, I think it'll still work. Okay, so the reason why I was working on that was because I need to determine how many T-nuts I need. And I've only accommodated for 4 on the bottom, so for sure we're going to need 4 on the bottom. So let's go ahead and grab T-nuts now. So that's 1 and 2. 1 and 2. And so far we have we now have like 8 T-nuts in here already. So I'll see if I can try to keep count. Okay. So for sure we've got enough to hold down this bottom piece. Okay. So no more on that side. I hope. Yeah, that should be right. And then I know for sure we have this motherboard mount. Oh, I should have. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. So I just kind of paused because I wanted to make sure that I had this like right, like if I was thinking about it. But I think it only goes one way. Yeah, it only goes one way. Okay, so hold on one second. I need to make sure there's no other mounts I need. So we got motherboard, and I don't think anything else goes in here. I know. Evvy did mention that you could make your own custom bracket to put in like a fan inside here. I did not make that custom bracket, so I don't think I need any more. So I'm kind of just thinking about this as hard as I can, so that way like I don't have to come back, because obviously you saw me struggling to get the rails in. So I think we only need 1 rail here. Okay, so I'm assuming, I mean, that's not assuming, but basically I'm taking this part because I know it lines up with this particular hole for the motherboard. So I'm going to go ahead and slide this in partially so that we can get that T-nut in there. All right, so T-nut, go in, please. Excuse me. Those carbon fiber strands just hit. Alright, I probably should have worn a mask. Alright, so let's see. We need some screws. Man, really. Maybe I'm just thirsty. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and like lightly tighten this this screw in here. Watch this be like the stream that makes like carbon fiber filaments illegal to sell. Let's see. Yes, the feet aligned with the external panels. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes more sense now. In that case, I mean, I don't want to give you too many like aesthetic critiques, but like if that's the case, I would exaggerate it some more. Like, so what Evvy is saying is that the inner faces of the feet have like the same angle because they correspond with the angles of the side features. So imagine like they all slant a certain way. So I think that's a really good thing that you did in terms of the design and aesthetics. But because it's so subtle, like I don't think you don't need it. So if you do want to lean on it, I would just make these feet taller. Like give it like, make it like 15. Like I think right now it's around like maybe 8 or 7. Yeah, it's around 7. Like make it 15. Like you'll notice that like I would consider this foot pretty short, and it's still thicker than what you have on here. So like don't be afraid to like make them thicker, because obviously the people printing it will still benefit by having like better airflow with taller feet. And where was I? Oh, yes. Okay. So I think I've lightly screwed this in now. And again, it goes over here. So let me turn this around so that you can sort of see it on camera. Can't guarantee. Wait a second. Okay, it's this way. I was going to say, that didn't work out in my head very well. Okay, so just aligning this. I mean, the whole point of that was to face it to the camera, but I guess I didn't realize I had it the right way in already. Now I can't see. So basically I'm just trying to slide this in and align this T-nut so that it fits in the rail. And why is it giving me a hard... Oh, there it goes. Perfect. So I don't need to tighten this right now because it'll sit like roughly around here-ish. But again, I don't need to tighten it yet. So I'm going to go ahead now and install it on this one, but let me do like a light installation of the screw. All right. And then Evvy writes, I see, good point. Yeah, I mean, but again, that's not a huge thing. Like, it doesn't make or break the design, but it is neat that you did try to have that like kind of a aesthetic choice built into it. And if you do like it a lot, then yeah, just lean into it. I mean, it's something you want to be proud of. All right, that one was a lot easier since it's a little smaller. Perfect. So I don't need this super tight yet. We can tighten it once we get the motherboard in. All right, so those have their own T-nuts. Sorry, I just kind of felt a poke on my finger. Okay, so I think the only thing I have to worry about now is the panels. And so each panel, the front panel, I don't have to worry about right now because that'll screw right into the extrusion. So this is the top. So the top definitely needs like 8. It's not like, it is 8. So it needs 4 on each rail. Wait, am I doing this right? Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, I was a little scared that there was little T-nut guides inside the panels, and that would have just been like the same dremeling situations. But thankfully, there's no slots for the panels. Evvy Designs. Can I ask others if this expanding case idea intrigues them, or am I trying to solve non-existent issues? That's a good question. I know you posed a question for everyone else, but I firmly believe that if you get your parametric design working as intended, people will be downloading the living crap out of this design. So that's just my take. Because even like 5 millimeters here, 5 millimeters there, it'll like start adding up for some, and it'll be, I think, completely worthwhile for a lot of people. But yeah, would love to hear what other people think. And now I know each panel on the sides is going to take 4, so we need 8 again. So I'm going to drop in 4 on each rail for the side panel. Okay. And then 4 more here. Fun Diane writes, expanding case opens loads of possibilities. And we're all about loads here, I think. Oop, I put 1 too many in there. Because it only needs 4. Okay. So now we're going to go to the other side and same thing. We're going to need 8 in total, so it's going to be 4 per rail. And these are just for the side panels, which I think are optional. Same thing for some of my MakerBeam cases. I made the side panels optional because in terms of just like holding the components in the case, like the side panels aren't part of the structure entirely. I know that for I think for this particular design, well, even my own designs too, where the case definitely does get stiffer with the side panels in it if they're screwed. My first MakerBeam case, it was all just magnets, so it didn't really add to the structure. But in this particular one, because we are using T-nuts for the side panels, as you install the side panels, it does add to increasing the structure of the case. So there's definitely ups or benefits to it. Okay. Side panels, T-nuts in on that side, T-nuts in that side, T-nuts in for lower, T-nuts in for the upper. And so now this is when I have to do the finagling of how am I going to do this actually? So now I have to install this front part. And you saw me do it one by one for the back panel. And now I have to do it all four at once. Okay, I think I'll just try to press it down up until I get to where I need to install the T-nuts, and then hopefully it works out. So I have to remind myself, this is the top, that's the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the top. Okay, so, all right, this is kind of the moment of truth. Evvy Designs writes, are you going to put PC components in here? Of course I am, and that's why you saw me bust out this video card. I've got the power supply back here, and motherboard back there as well. It's a 1206. Yeah, we'll just keep going. And I do appreciate everyone who's been sticking around. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get one corner in. But yeah, I am gonna be installing some parts in here, so I want this to be kind of like I guess a thorough review-ish. Okay, so we got a few millimeters in there. I'm gonna get a few millimeters in there, and then get a few millimeters in here as well. And hopefully I can push it down. All right. I'm like tempted to just like hammer it down. Like, all right, you know, I will turn off the mic for this, so give me 1 second. Fun Diane says, I want to see this completed. Yes, I think we all do. So I'm going to, how do I do this actually? Okay, I'm gonna press mute right now. So I just realized I was like talking while it was muted, but if someone in the chat can let me know that they don't hear my clapping, let me know. Okay, so that was a lot of fun. I rotated it and I lost all the T-nuts. Okay, that was not intended. My God. Okay. All right. Hopefully I didn't lose any of these T-nuts. That's a lot of fun doing that. It's not fun. Okay. Oh man. Okay, so flipping it didn't quite work. All right, so again, top is this side. Okay. The top needs 8. Oh my God. Well, I hope you enjoy round 2 of just me sliding in T-nuts because I flipped it over and but you know what though? Hold on. I don't need to do this. What am I thinking? I think it's actually okay that I don't install them yet because Evvy Designs did leave the outer and upper and lower rails exposed because of the way the end caps work. So we don't even need them in. Boom. We'll just take that L and move forward because it wasn't like a pure L. It was still an L, but not like super L. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute the mic again and just start tapping away. So and I wish I could like play music for y'all. Maybe you guys can turn on your own music. You know, like I think Nickelback and Avril Lavigne would go great with this stream. Maybe some like Baby Shark or you know. So yeah, go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and turn off the. Actually, I mean, let me know if actually is this too loud. Maybe it is though. I'm gonna start tapping. No, that's too loud. I'm not doing that. But I also think that I need to tap from the other side. Or maybe I don't need to tap it. Let's just like push it in, like side by side. Definitely got to be mindful about keeping it straight. This is how you could like technically snap the support brackets. Yeah, these interface fits are nice, but I'm not sure if I would go with them. But you know what? I think don't let my opinion change that, Evvy, because I mean, I always operate with like the mindset that like whenever I design a PC case, I know that it'll last like a week at most, and then it's like dismantled. But with this being so tight, I think it's a good thing because like it just means they have a sturdier case, and no one says no to a sturdier case, especially when we're working with small form factor. So yeah, don't let my opinion change that. Why is it stuck? Hold on, something must be in the way. No, it just doesn't like me. This is kind of nerve-wracking though, I will say. Okay, we're slowly getting there. I know it's taking a while, but I think we're making headway. I'm actually more afraid to do from the top. Do I want to start hammering? But I mean, look at this. This is like, what you're seeing is like, let me see. Like, with this configuration, which would work because you'll notice that there are mounting points that already correspond with the rail. So this, if you were to tighten it down right now, it would be pretty strong. And like, we've got roughly, I mean, this is not a good measurement, but we got like 335 millimeters like inside here. That's actually not including, it might even be more. Here, let me get you the actual one. Like right now we're like at 345. So obviously like you want a wider case to accommodate for those longer longer video cards, but like you can definitely see that you can fit really long video cards in a system like this, and it can go even wider because obviously this rail is completely flush to this back panel, but if I were to release it and have it even more open, yeah, you could fit a bunch of stuff in here, which is really neat actually. the more I'm building this now, the more I'm loving it. Evvy Designs. I think you should ignore what anyone else says and just listen to me and continue doing it, because with the way things are going right now, this is actually a really cool design. Good job. Kenneth Chang wrote, Fun Diane wrote, let's see. Evvy Designs writes, it's okay, plastics are bendy. You can use some force. Fun Diane, like I said, tight is good. And then Kenneth wrote, sponsor stream. Yeah. I'm really happy for JLC 3D PV sponsoring this. Fun Diane, tighter is sturdier, indeed. Evvy Designs writes, or an Oz with tons of SSDs. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so if you can get that parametric design to make this wider, or get it wider or for people who want it wider, you will definitely make good with making a lot of people happy with this case design. Now, hold on, I don't want to go too far. Okay, we're almost there though. All right, now I'm just pushing it in before I get to those little slots we dremeled. Kenneth Chang wrote, "Oh." Okay, we're almost there, which is good. It's actually like really heating up in this garage now, or maybe I'm just like straining myself because I'm still nervous about breaking this. Actually, I'm gonna move these up a little bit because I need space. Okay. Okay, we're close. This is really probably the hardest part about this case right now. I think once we get past this, it'll be like smooth sailing. And again, I think like my printer, I have like a 0.6 nozzle on there, and I need to do way more tuning on it to make sure that it actually like prints the way the CAD is supposed to be. So don't let this be like a reflection of like everyone's experience. This is like, in my opinion, just isolated to me because of my hardware. Okay, we're so close to being able to start fiddling with the T-nuts. Okay, a few more millimeters here and a few more millimeters there, and I can start doing the finagling. All right, so it is finagling time. All right, so I have the rails pushed in far enough to help start capturing these T-nuts. And let me go ahead and start working on that right now. Wait, that's the wrong side. I made it harder for myself by doing it this way. But I see why you put in like 4 mounting holes, Evvy. Like if someone were to be using this last hole here at the very end, yeah, I think the more the merrier for that. But definitely in our situation here where I'm not using all the holes, it is maybe you could just not put them in, but I think the design is fine. Like the process of putting it together might be a little cumbersome, but yeah, I think to everyone's point and your point, like if you want to build this to be like your permanent case, having all those mounting options is good. think I just realized, I think I may have forgotten some heat inserts. I think I need to put heat inserts for the PCI bracket, now that I see it. So while I do this, I'm going to turn on my soldering iron. We're so close though. I see it. I see the light at the end of this tunnel. And it's going to be glorious. Arca Padma gives a little wave. Arca Padma, good to see you here. And good to see Kenneth too. All right, so now that I have those lined up slightly, I'm going to try to at least get like the first portion of the T-nut into the rail, and that way I can start like kind of being a little more ham-fisty moving forward. But that's also assuming I can get these jogged in a little bit. Okay, we got that one in, and I may have put this one a little too tight. Okay. Hopefully it can move. All right, so that's like halfway through the T-nut. So we can actually push those ones all the way now, but let me go ahead and start working on this other side. That way we can kind of slowly jog each side one by one. Maybe there's so much potential for this design though. Darn it, give me a second. Oh, I hate dropping this ruler because it's like a really nice straight edge and I really just bent it. Ah, such a klutz. I love this ruler too. And now it's bent. Alright, so this one's kind of giving me a little headache, actually. Why don't you like me? I thought we were friends. Sorry, you can't really see this on camera, but I'm just trying to align this thing. It's okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, cool. So now we've got each side more or less in terms of the T-nuts. So now I can just start slowly creeping these in. And then we can start tightening stuff down to actually complete this build. Whew. Oh, I need a water break. Arca Padma writes, LOL, all this time, and I just realized that that lamp is leg. If you haven't seen the video, Arca Padma, this is actually a PC case. Hold on, I'm probably gonna regret doing this, but right now the way it's configured, like it just has a bunch of lights on it, but inside this little cage you can put the ASRock STX 300 motherboard. Hold on. I probably shouldn't have done that. All right. That was good. But yeah, that's actually a PC case. It was a lot of fun. That's funny that, I mean, it is kind of just like there doing nothing, so it probably is hard to kind of like see. I actually have this plan that might get me banned on YouTube, but yeah, we'll talk about that some other time. But this isn't the last iteration of this, the leg lamp, I mean. If you got a deranged mind, you probably know where it might be going. Oh my god, for a second there I thought I had this upside down. I almost like had a little mini freak out. But look at how close we are. We only have like a few more pushes and then we should be done-ish. Okay, so I think I can push these down now. Okay. And I'm assuming, Evvy, I want these flush to the front panel so that when we install the front like skin or facade, whatever you want to call it, it'll sit flush. But so far, I think we have it flush now, and I can start tightening up the bolts. Yeah, I think that's flush. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start tightening the bolts. We did it, and we didn't snap anything. I'm like really stoked. I was really afraid because obviously, like I mentioned before, like I had snapped one, but thank goodness Evvy Design actually bolstered these connections that are normally pretty weak. So good on you, Evvy. Yeah, you'll also notice that Evvy put in like little gussets here. That definitely will help with the strength of the unit. So yeah, this is pretty sturdy. I'm not going to do that little funny thing where you stand on it, but this might be standable. Maybe not. No, I won't do that. All right, so all right, I think we can start putting stuff in here. No, I forgot we need to install heat inserts. Okay, so this is the GPU area, and yes, so there is a bracket that Evvy Design put in where these will go in, and it needs a heat insert for that to be affixed. And I just noticed that I probably will have to Dremel that because my tolerances aren't working. Evvy, did you also put 0 or 0.02 tolerance on the PCI bracket? So I'll probably have to gape that a little with the Dremel or maybe the side cutter. Okay. Okay, so heat inserts are in, and I hope that's the last one. But also will not be surprised if I totally glanced over needing more. Okay, so, oh damn it, I did screw up. Oh no, I forgot the fudge. I forgot the power supply retention brackets. I don't think I can get it out without. I screwed that up. That's not the design's fault. That's me. I did not think about that. So there's these little nubs, and they I'm assuming they go like this. Wait, how do they go? Maybe it's something like this. I think these go here, and they like basically press on the they press on the power supply so it stays put. I'm sorry, Evvy, I screwed that up, and I don't think I can get it out. Well, I could, but what can we do about this? I just wish there was a way for me to like put in these T-nuts without taking it all out. My God, I screwed that up. Hold on a second. Evvy, I'm assuming it's this way, right? Like the power supply. So the power supply goes in like that. And then you have this little bracket here. And yeah, so it basically holds that there. Oh, I screwed up. That's such a screw up. I thought I had all T-nuts in my mind. That's such a screw up. You know what? I screwed up. And what I'm going to do, actually, Evvy, just to make sure that we get this done, is what I'll do is I know where this has to go. And I'm literally just going to melt it on there. That's what's happening. Okay, I screwed that up. But basically, there's supposed to be a T-nut that goes in this inner rail for the top to hold it in place. But I screwed up. And so what I'll have to do now is basically, I have to affix this on here. And the way I'll do that is by, just by like gluing, or not gluing, but I'll just melt on this this piece to the front. I'm gonna have to. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get it out unless you want this stream to be another hour, and I don't. All right, so we got a plan of action to fix that. So I think we can now begin installing parts in this thing. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna opt out of the fan. Oh, give me like 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes if I can find a 60mm fan. Huzzah! Okay. I found some 60mm fans. Well, again, sorry, I just read your message, Evvy. Oh man, sorry guys. I will look into how to make it easier for Tina. Honestly, I don't think it's a huge thing. It's really like obviously I'm streaming right now, so it's just like I'm kind of just paying attention to the chat, paying attention to like the bit rate and stuff, and so like my mind is just preoccupied everywhere. So I don't think it's really like your fault. Like so I think I mean it was just a mishap. Like I just kind of wasn't thinking straight. But I do have a little fan here. Unfortunately, I do have to have. I know I have a converter for this to go to a 3-pin. But anyways, we'll just install it just to like show that it goes on. And I'm going to be installing it though a little funny the way I do it for some of my cases. I'm going to be using like a heat insert to lock it in. But we can do that a little later. Let's go ahead and get the motherboard and stuff inside right now. All right. Actually, first course of action, I just realized something, Evvy. I've done this in the past as well, but I have no doubt this fits. So in terms of the I/O for the motherboard, it fits. But you'll notice why I'm putting it on that side for now. So I've had this happen in a few of my builds too, Evvy, but you have you have material over here in this corner. Actually, am I pointing it right? Yeah, so in this corner here you have material, and you made the hole correctly, I think. Let me see if it holds in place. Yeah, there's enough fit. So basically, like the hole itself for the I/O works, but like I said, you do have material in this like inner corner, and you have a flange on this I/O panel that kind of sticks out, and because it sticks out, it actually likely will not. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go in because it's like basically in the way. So yeah, so right now I can't push in the I/O panel all the way because this little material is sticking out, and here I am talking about how it won't work, but little do people know is I've got safety glasses and a Dremel. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So what I'm gonna do is just I'm literally gonna carve out like maybe like a millimeter of material just to get that flange to work, and it should be enough. So let me know if it's too loud, and I'll definitely mute the mic. But it's hard to see. Maybe I can zoom in. Give me a second. Okay. All right. Yeah. So basically, again, let me turn this off. Now they can see it easier. Like you'll notice that there's like a little flange on this I/O, and so if I were to put it in, like you notice where it hits. You don't know. Yeah. So it's going to be hitting over here. Just because it like sticks out. Like I forget what the actual value is. I've measured it before, but it is also a flexible thing, and so I probably could bend it, but I don't want to bend my I/O. But I'm just gonna like carve out some material underneath here to get that in there. Oh, you bend your I/O shield. But this is such an easy. Like this is like what I would suggest is to cut this out. But again, like we mentioned in the beginning of the stream, cut it out so that it's at like a 45-degree angle. And that way we don't have to have supports underneath there. Because you definitely have way more material than you need anyway, so you should have room. And again, just make sure that the cut is like 45 degrees. That way it'll print easier. Oh my god. Hold on. Again, with the Dremel, it takes some practice. Okay, I think that's enough. I hope it's enough. Let's find out. So I know it goes this way. Ta-da! Wait, yeah, ta-da! Boom. So yeah, so I mean, literally it's just like a tiny bit of material you need to take out, and you can get your I/O in, and boom, now you have your I/O in. Oh Jesus, I probably have like so much carbon fiber in my hands now. That stuff like literally like stays in you forever. Okay, but I mean like I've worked with composites before, so like this is just, I mean I'm adding more to my health stuff, but oh well. I'm sure eating a bag of Doritos is probably worse for me anyways. All right, so I/O is in. Now let's get the rest of the motherboard in. Motherboard. Okay. So I think again to Evvy's point, like making this modular is going to be super cool because, you know, if he can make it modular width-wise, it's going to be fun because right now I do have a fairly low-profile cooler. This is the stock AMD Wraith cooler. But obviously if you have a larger cooler, being able to expand it just by like telling the program like, hey, I have like a 170 millimeter cooler, that's going to be super useful for a lot of people. Okay, so I need to line up these brackets for the motherboard. So I'm just going to do like a little quick dry fit really quick, just so that I have like the holes lined up properly. So that goes there. And the way Evvy designed this, he did spec out again some M3 6 millimeter standoffs And like I said before, I don't have those, so I'm gonna have to do a little finagling to make it work, since I don't have those standoffs. And that's not really a design issue. That's like, again, me. I should have like just bought it. But I'll show you how to make it work either way, though. So I just did like a little test fit for one side. Now I'm going to do the other side. The IO kind of gets in the way a little bit. That's normal, though. There's supposed to be tension on the IO. Now I'm going to move this bracket over where it needs to be. And I think that's where it needs to be. Okay. So cool. Actually, now that I'm doing this, I'm debating if I should already lock in the power supply, because that is going to be kind of an issue later on. I think we can make it work. Okay, so again, I don't have standoffs. I don't have M3 standoffs at 6 millimeters. So what I did instead is just I made these little tiny spacers that I'm going to be putting in between here and the so it's going to be bracket, spacer, motherboard, then screw. That way it's essentially like a little ghetto standoff, essentially. So you don't have to do this. Just make sure to buy the standoffs that Evvy Design spec'd out, because it'll just make your life easier. Just look at the specs and follow them, unlike me. But so now I have to like kind of work these in. So I'm just gonna like put those on. I'm just gonna stand them there for now, and then hopefully they don't get jostled out while I put this in. And so far so good. No, they definitely got jostled out. Let's just push them in place. So now I have to deal with like centering them. And again, this is not a design issue. This is a me issue. I think it's the theme of this stream. Don't blame Evvy, blame me, because I'm doing it wrong. Okay, hopefully this is long enough. Actually, no, let's be safe and just do a longer screw. And this screw that I'm using right now, along with the spacers I'm using, it's the full 10, I believe, 9 or 10. I think it's 10. Yeah, this is the 10 millimeter screw that I'm using to screw in the motherboard along with the spacer. And it should be the right size. Cool. So I got one corner in, and now I'm going to try this other corner. Grab another 10. But yo, we have the motherboard in, so we are at the finish line already, guys. All right, so is that lined up? Should be lined up enough. It's hard to see what I'm doing, but let me try zooming in. Maybe it'll be clear if I zoomed in. I don't think it will be, but so basically, what am I looking at? This one? Can I angle it so you can see? Okay, perfect. Okay, so right now, you'll notice that the motherboard is kind of just like chilling on top of this bracket, but there's like no space here. Sorry, let me back it up. So there's no space here, and there's supposed to be space here by way of a standoff. Again, a standoff is like this guy here. Let me see if I can open it up. I have standoffs, just not on that size. So these are 6x32. These are what you normally find in like other cases. So this is the standoff. Normally it goes in there, and then it'll lift the motherboard so that you can have the proper clearance, but I don't have that particular size, so instead I made these little like washer slash spacers, and we are now going to be placing it on there like so. And then I'm taking a longer M3 screw. This is a 10 millimeter M3 screw, and just like putting it in. And now I've just made the proper clearance without needing the proper standoff that Evvy Designs worked hard to actually show us, and I didn't follow. So again, this is not a design issue. This is poor choices on my part. So we're not faulting Evvy on having to do this, because he gave us the proper instructions, and I'm just not following them because I don't know. All right, so again, 10mm screw goes in there. But I guess I saved myself a few dollars, I guess. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Made the stream longer, more watch hours. Now I'm kidding. Okay, so we've got the motherboard in now. So we got the motherboard in. I do believe it might be a good idea for me to get that power supply in there. No, I think we don't. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm pausing here for a second because I am going to be using. So I don't know, Evvy, maybe you can answer. I'm going to be using the stock cables here. Curious what you did when you did your fitment, because obviously, like, if you see my other stuff, I have custom cables, but I was curious to know if it's possible. It should be possible. I've built in tighter cases than this, but I just kind of want to show it on the stream. But curious what you did. If you went full custom, or did you use the stock cables? While I wait for your answer, I'm going to install this 60mm fan. So I'm just using like heat inserts to act as like a thing to hold the fan in place. It should be enough. I mean, that's what I've done for my other cases too. So it's just like a heat insert through the fan and then tightening it. Oh, this screw's not long enough. Nope, let me grab a longer screw. Or actually, hold on. Oh no, the heat insert itself is just like not the right size. Let me grab my 632 heat inserts. I just like to make my life harder by doing funny things like this, so you don't have to follow this. But I'm going to be using these 632 inserts to put this fan in. And basically, instead of like cutting into the fan, I'm just using the heat insert to act as like the thread to lock it in. Definitely don't do this. This is like kind of a waste of time, but what can you do? Wait a minute. That wasn't long enough. I know I have screws. Maybe I just put the long one. I'll just put a super long one. No, I won't do that. Give me a second. Found it. Alright, so Evvy Designs writes, stock ones, mobile first, PSU second with cables, then GPU. Okay, so let me go ahead and just install the rest of this fan thing, and then I'll go ahead and follow your instructions. So you said motherboard, PSU, then cables and GPU. Okay. Aye, sir. Curious though, again, like I don't have much experience with the parametric design, but will you also be designing it so that we can change the fan size in here? Because not many 60 mils out there anymore, I don't think. Well, 60 mils that I would recommend. Definitely don't recommend these fans. These are like 2-wire. Before I had to use like a voltage controller to change their speed, and that's not fun. Okay, so let me grab, let me install my power button. If I can find the retaining screws. I guess nuts. Yeah, so I just got like a bunch of these like 19 mil power buttons. I think they were on sale or something, so I just grabbed a whole bunch. Okay. Gosh, I wonder how hungry my wife is right now, because I'm feeling a little hungry. But luckily, no plans today besides just this stream, so I'm pretty stoked. I love weekends where I have no plans. Just the best. Okay, so I'm just installing this front panel thing. I'm not going to put in the LEDs. I'll just do the actual switch itself. We don't need the LEDs. I think the RGB on the RAM is so bright that you'll see it. I mean, I'll see that it's on, so I'm not so concerned about that. Okay. All right. So you're saying, okay, so Evvy Design says that is the goal for the fan. Fans, additional fan brackets, what have you. Yeah, I think if you can get all that into the parametric design, that's going to be super useful for a lot of people. Now, I did want to ask before I start jamming stuff in here. You said that these were for serial ATA. Actually, not quite understanding that. Evvy wrote, "Sorry, sug wifey." You're also assuming I'm not lying that I don't really have a wife too. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but you said there's like a serial ATA on here, but the front panel goes right on here. So there's really not much space. Yeah, I don't quite understand that. Maybe you can explain. All right, so, but while you're hopefully explaining, all right, we're going to do some surgery to this because your boy screwed up. So I have like these 90-degree angle connectors I got from Amazon, I believe, and let me see. It's going to be installed this way, so I'll try to have it so that it's a little neater. So I don't want this one, I want the other one. Yeah, because these have different angles for the ends. Like you'll notice that if I put the orientation the same in terms of being plugged in, but they come out on the left and the right side. And I want this one. So I want it so that the cable is going to be going across the top of the power supply like so. And now, oh, what am I doing? I done goofed. Man, that's tight. Okay. I have to put this through here before I actually lock it in. So let me go ahead and do that right now. And then, oh, so Evvy, I'm wondering was there supposed to be a heat insert in here for the power supply? Because if there is supposed to be a heat insert in here, Evvy, I think it's too small. Yeah. If you want to, so right now, so the way this works, basically you, what am I saying? Oh, so if you want to use this power supply dongle thing, it basically goes through here and then it screws in. But Evvy, did you design this to be like self-tapping? Okay, I see. Okay, that works. So basically, Evvy was saying the same way I installed the fan, essentially. So if you just take a longer screw, and hopefully it goes all the way through. This might not be long enough. Let's go for a longer one. And it goes all the way through, and you just take one of your heat inserts, and not this one though, this is too big. Let me put away my 632s and install one of the M3s, right? M3 all through and use nuts. Okay, yeah, I mean basically I'm using the heat insert as a nut, so that works. And of course I drop it. Trying to do this blindly. I'm just going to use tweezers. Maybe that'll be better. Should have done that in the beginning. All right. Okay, so the power extension's on, and now I have to situate this power supply in here, because now I'm going off script, essentially like destroying this thing. I screwed up. I didn't put that T-nut in there when I was supposed to, so you'll see what I have to do now. It's not the funnest thing that I'm going to be doing, but I feel like it has to be done because I screwed up, and I want to get this finished. So you'll notice there's no way for me to affix this bracket that's supposed to come in here. So again, this is supposed to be like sliding in, and it's supposed to go over to attach and press up against the power supply. But I have to do something a little destructive to make this happen now, because I'm going to be melting these two parts together. But hold on, maybe am I overreacting to melting it? But maybe it only needs one side. I think we'll do one side, and that should be enough, because the majority of the forces for the power supply will be towards the bottom, so gravity, and so we should be okay. And I'll just melt it. Man, I screwed that up. Sorry, Evvy. My bad. Just waiting for my soldering iron to heat up now, and then I'm gonna go ahead and melt it in. But I guess while I'm waiting, oh no, I was thinking, could I just install the rest of the panels? But no, I think we need to get the motherboard in first before we do that. But so far, I mean, let me turn it around, but you can kind of see the, you can see it coming to life. Would be neat too, Evvy. I know that, remember my previous case, where is it? This one. Like, this one you can make vertical. And I think that's definitely something you can do for this case too, if it's like modular enough. Oh, actually, while I'm waiting for the soldering iron to heat up, and I'm going to talk more about the standoff height. So I noticed you you spec'd out a 6mm standoff. I don't know where I read it. Maybe I'm just comparing the standoffs I've seen in actual cases that I have on hand, but I think they're supposed to be like 6.5. I don't know if it like is connected to like the ATX standard, but like for my cases, I've been doing 6.5. I know 5.5 millimeters doesn't mean much, but it could literally be the difference between, let me turn this around, like, it could be the difference between fitting in a case and clearing, like, for instance, like some of these parts they protrude a fair bit. Let me see what this one is. mean, it shouldn't matter too much either. Right now this is like less than 5, but I know that some have like heat sinks. I don't know the actual clearance needed in here. I'm sure it's written down somewhere, but I have just been going with 6.5 because that's what I've seen in my actual PC cases, and so maybe. But I mean, if it works for you, don't worry about that. I'm just saying, like from my experience of what I've been putting in, I have been speccing out 6.5 millimeter standoffs instead of the 6. Okay, so I think this should be warm enough. All right, let's continue on with the mistakes. And so I know this part goes here, and so now I'm going to melt this sucker on. Let me see if I can get a better angle for the camera. All right. I think, yeah. So you'll see what I'm going to do now. This is really terrible, but I feel like I have to do it because I screwed up. This part is affixed to the frame already. That's part of the front. And again, this was supposed to hold down or compress the power supply by way of the T-nut and a screw, but again, we don't have that, so I'm just going to melt these two together, basically. I feel like there's a better way for this, though. It is too bad with the MakerBeam system, you can't, like, I know with like the normal 80-20 extrusions, you can actually install T-nuts without removing anything because of the way they're designed, but it doesn't work for this, the small size of this, so we will just have to do this terrible thing. You know what, maybe what I can do is take this heat insert and kind of like shove it in. So taking the heat insert and kind of using that as like the way to hold it in place. So I'm just gonna ram it in here, and the hope is that it'll be enough to hold it in place. Wow, I really melted the crap out of that. Because I'm also thinking about how I'm gonna remove it later on, and I think this should work. I'm gonna let that cool off with some tension. Maybe blow on it too. That should be fine. All right, so that's one side hopefully in. I don't fully trust it, so I'll be very careful when I handle the case. Just gonna move this cable to the side really quick because I'm going to be doing it to the other side now. All right, so get a heat insert. I guess I'm putting these heat inserts to work today. Where's my brush? I'm gonna clean this off a little bit. Cool. I really should have ordered like 1,000 more of these heat inserts before the tariffs. Okay, now I'm gonna be doing it to this side. So I'm gonna put some tension here and then just press in this heat insert. I just hope I can like remove this easily. No promises though. It's definitely not the best fit, but it should do its job. Okay. Let that cool off. I'm going to clean this tip off because it's got melted plastic on it now. Definitely wear your eye protection whenever you're scrubbing off stuff off the tip. Okay, so while that's cooling off, you know what I should have done is actually installed the cables already. But I think it should be okay. How strong is this? I think it'll stay. It should stay. Let's cross our fingers. Okay, so I'm gonna start installing the cables. We'll do these lower ones. These are gonna be for the GPU. I'm installing an RTX 2080 Ti into this build. Not the fastest, but I think it's still pretty darn good video card for what it is. No complaints. The card has served me well for like so long. I'm really happy it's still going too. Maybe I'll turn it around for people to see. But I don't think there's much like cable routing I need to do to make this happen. I think it's this way. I think the only thing that might pose some problems is the 24 pin, possibly, but I don't think it will. I really should not be struggling as much as I am right now with this. This is like a simple task, but I'm trying to show it on camera. Okay, so that's the 8-pin CPU cable. And now I'm going to throw in the 24-pin right over here. So I'm going to push this in. And then snake this guy around. No, I probably should have. Oh, that's what zip ties are for. I'll just bust out the zip ties in a bit, but for now, whoop, almost dropped all the T-nuts. Just add it to the fails of this particular stream. Okay, so now I'm going to install this 24-pin, which is, I really hate this. The stock cables for the SF750 are like the worst. I think someone said that the newest version of the SF750 has better cables now, but I really hate these braided cables. They're kind of just, in my opinion, too stiff. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it on its side. Ooh, the power supply just shifted. But I think it should still work. I really don't trust it though. What I probably should do is add more, but I think we're okay. I'm trying to think, Evvy. I mean, I know it might add like another heat insert, but if you could, what I might do if it was mine, is you have this retention bracket that attaches to the rail. I'm not super fond with the way it's situated, even if it was on the rail, just because it's really only pressing on the top. I might suggest like having it so that it's like one continuous piece like across the power supply. So like imagine if this was a bracket. Hold on, let me flip this around for the camera so you know what I'm talking about. So if this was a bracket that held the power supply in and attached to either the rail or even to this to the front of this thing, of the front panel, and have it go all the way across so that it's actually like deeper in towards the interior of the power supply, so it has more places to hold it. Because right now, I know that like it's not the best example considering I installed it wrong, but it's still able to swivel on the bottom like so, and so I would probably have the retention bracket like again further inboard of the power supply so that it's less likely to just pivot on this like single point over here. Yeah, so you said that yours also shifts, so that's definitely something I would consider trying to address. Yeah, but otherwise, again, mad props for making this happen, man. I know it's the early stages, but definitely like tons of potential for this. I know that company, I think it's like modcase.au or something. Or I don't know, but yeah, he sells like a 3D print file for his cases, and I've never bought it, but I think it's also expandable. I'm curious to see how he does it. But I think with the MakerBeam system here, if you can really get that that parametric thing going for this will be really nice. Hold on, am I jumping the gun by putting these things in? I probably am. No, what I'll do, I'll try to get these cables out of the way and just get the GPU in. That way I can just like put the panels on already. All right, so this is always funky. The GPU has a lot of stuff to kind of design around. So let's see how this goes. So lengthwise, I'm okay, because obviously I think when you designed this Evvy, I think you had your RTX 3080 in mind. But my video card is obviously shorter. Hold on one second. Okay, so you'll notice on my case's Evvy, maybe we can just have this chill for a second here. Okay. Sorry, I got like loose stuff inside here. But on my case, you'll notice that I have like a fairly large gap here. So I forgot what the value is. I think it's around 20 mils, or even like, yeah, I think around 20. But basically there's a gap here. And you obviously don't need to have that gap that wide, like, because the gap you have here, right over here, so like this length, you notice that mine's like a little longer right over here, because like literally like the surface for this bracket, I need to shave this off by the way, or maybe it fits. Okay, so basically like the top of this is it's like almost like right here, but you'll see I have way more space here, and that's basically to allow the video card to basically slide in right now. Like right now you'll notice that like in order for me to get this video card in, actually can I even do it? Shoot, let's see, hold on. I think I got it. Because you have to clear, hold on, if you can see it, you have to have enough clearance to get this PCI slot in there. That's why this needs to be kind of like opened up, so that you can have that like vertical space, so that you can kind of just like you know, move the slot to the back of the video card and then press it down. Because I don't, how did you get yours? I don't know. Like I feel like my video card's smaller than an RTX 3080. Did you install the video card before you installed the rails? Because I honestly don't know if I can do this. Shoot. Hold on, I probably shouldn't let it balance. I will cry if I drop that video card. All right, so let me see. Maybe I'm just not thinking about this right. I don't know if I can get this in. I got mine in by bending the back. But how did you bend it though? I mean, this thing is pretty stiff. This might not happen actually. How did you bend it? What? Am I just being a chicken right now? Like one way I could make this happen, I could just take my Dremel and just cut all of this out. You might have to do what you don't want to do, to take it apart. No, I'm not taking it apart. I don't. Hold on. I think we can. Hold on. I might have to just take the Dremel for this, because I think because this guy is actually what holds the video card in place. So we can we don't need anything else above here. So we could technically just cut this. I may have to just do it, Evvy. Yeah, I might have to just get rid of this top part because this is actually what holds the video card tab, and everything else is like moot. So, yeah, I think we're gonna do some more dremeling right now. Dremel, Dremel. Loosen the extrusion slide. Oh no, we're not loosening any extrusions right now. That's not happening. You have the luxury of proper clearance with your nice printer. Mine did not fare so well for the clearance, because I'm assuming yours slide in pretty easily. But you saw me. That was not the case. Where is my little Dremel wrench? And we are 3 hours in. But is the stream doing okay? Like in terms of, oops, sorry, about being too choppy or not? Because I am getting warnings again, but I also haven't had any complaints from you guys, so maybe it's just on my end. Okay, so I'm going to be using this this bit right here. I think it's really meant for like routing, but the cutting edge is this entire part here. It's like it's shaped as a drill, but this head doesn't really drill. It's more about this surface here that does like the cutting. So essentially, I'm going to try to like route out what I need. And thankfully, I'm just cutting it to plastic. That's why I don't have to worry too much about shavings as much, I guess, but I probably should. But we're doing this live. We're doing this hot. All right. I'm also just assuming this will even work. I don't even know if it'll even provide enough clearance, but it should provide more clearance than what's been given so far, though. So let me know if it's too loud. Okay, so this is it's going. R2D2, R2D28, good stream quality, nice zoom. Awesome, thank you. Good to see you in here too, R2D2. Alright, so now let's get cutting. Alright, I think that's too loud. I'm gonna mute it. Okay, R2D2 writes, hi, I'm planning on building the FreeBeam case, but I bought a 322mm GPU. Am I cooked? You are not cooked, because you can just download this case, which is from Evvy Designs. It should be able to get you there. But let me think about. So, I mean, like I talked about. Sorry, let me turn this off. Like I talked about with Evvy Designs, I also have looked into making the case more expandable. So keep a lookout for that. But there are definitely like way more cases in the pipeline. But the 322mm GPU might be a super tight fit, but let me double check, because I know that when I designed that case, it was around the dimensions of my 3080, so maybe they might match, but I don't know at the top of my head though. But don't wait too long for it, because who knows how long it's going to be. All right, I'm going to mute it because it's going to get loud and maybe I can work faster, but I'm going to go ahead and mute it now. So I apologize for the silence. Okay, I hope you all can hear me again, but that was pretty quick. So basically, I went ahead and carved off a bunch of material here, and so this is kind of like the remnants of it, but I'm hoping that'll be enough to give me the clearance I need to get the GPU in. Yeah, So let me go ahead. And that should be an easy enough fix, obviously, for Evvy Designs to implement. It's just to make it a little wider. Again, I would do around like as tall as the PCI slot is. I think I forgot the actual value for it though, but I think like 15 to 20. I would do 20 just to be safe because I think 15 is also cutting it. But you definitely just want more vertical space right here. All right, so fingers crossed. That was enough. So let's see. Okay, I think that was enough. Yeah, it should be enough. Woohoo! Look at that. Boom. Just some dremeling and some fine dust breathing, and we're good. All right, so I know I need the bracket. Where did I put that thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, so this bracket goes. Oh, it goes underneath. Okay, so let me go ahead and do. Ooh, hold on one second. Did I not? Oh, my clearances are not the best. So I need to basically cut off some of this stuff here. And this should be enough to clear it. So let's see. WolfCon Media. Good to see you, WolfCon Media. WolfCon Media writes, what's your opinion on people modifying your designs to suit their needs better? So right now, I mean, obviously my cases don't have like an open like change policy. That's like, but so here's the thing. So I have been approached privately about this. And so if you need to make changes for your case based on my design, I don't need to know about it. Technically, you're not supposed to based on the the Creative Commons I've put on there, but what you do to my files on your free time, like I would like it so that you do abide by those lines, but I mean, I don't know what you do behind closed doors, but one thing I do ask is that you shouldn't, but if you do, like, just to keep them private, like don't share out the changes that you make, because I do like to keep my designs like kind of intact, and that also includes like what's being shared out. And if you can obviously do that for me, that'd be fantastic, because it just basically gives me motivation to keep doing what I'm doing. Because otherwise, if people just keep doing if they keep just changing it and sharing it out and whatever, like I think I'd probably just stop doing this, because I don't know. I know we discussed this in the past too, but it's just something that I would ask people to follow. It's just to if you are going to make changes, like I don't need to know about it, but the rest of the world also doesn't really need to know about it. Yeah, so that's my answer for that. Let's see. Evvy Design also writes, so it's going to be structurally sound. It should be. So I mean, Evvy, like we took off about let's say like 7 mils, but the majority of it was just like infill. And so in terms of the material in here, you still have the outer wall that's over here. But then, so for me, I don't really, I'm not so concerned, because you do have this cross brace. So this cross brace is probably doing more than what this top material is doing. So if you've seen like, give me 1 second. Oh, unfortunately, this one's not readily. Can I take it apart? No, I can't. But in this case here, like I don't even have material above the PCI slot. So if you notice, there's just a gap, because basically whatever bracket or material you're using to affix the GPU, that's really going to be where all the strength is going to be anyways. So I think you should be fine. But again, that's designer logic, not engineer logic. So, but I mean, like I said, I've had parts just like this that didn't have all that material, and I think they still work fine. But I guess like I also, again, like I try to be careful with my case. And so if you do manhandle it a lot, like obviously, like the more the material you have, obviously, oh, it's always going to be better. And hold on one second. I think I may have something wrong here. These, the mounting hole is not matching. Maybe I have it upside down. Give me a second. But even if, honestly, at this point right now, like if the mounting hole doesn't really line up completely, you should still be okay. I do notice that the heat insert you applied for the PCI tab, it's a little too outboard. So towards the end, I would bring it in like, God, I want to say it's like, what is that? Maybe like 3 mils, but maybe not. Maybe, or just leave it, because I think I can flex it. Give me a second here. Let me grab a screw. Maybe I'll grab one of these screws. So I think I can just like, so what I'm doing right now is like I'm bringing the video card out. Like I'm pulling it towards the back to get this screw in, but I think it should work. Okay, so it's in now. Let me just tighten these ones a little bit more. And also in the past too, Evvy, I'm not sure. No, this one doesn't have it, but maybe this one has it. No, I can't tell. But sometimes I give this bracket some wiggle room so it can be like, it can kind of move up and down a little bit. But no, it doesn't really apply to what we're talking about right now, though. But just a thought. But I mean, it's in there. It's screwed in. But there is definitely some tension where I had to push the video card back and then the backside in. Could it be different from GPU? So technically, it should not be different from GPU to GPU. Because obviously, like when you buy a case, like all the screw holes are the same and they should all work. But I guess that's where the luxury of the plastic comes in, where we can kind of like finagle it in. But cool, we got the video card in. And I guess I did want to ask you, so obviously you've seen my builds and I run through the same thing. You try to maximize or minimize the width of this case by a lot. But it also means that, like, did you anticipate your users to be using the little 80-degree connectors? Because as of right now, if I were to put the connector into the GPU like so, there's no way that the case panel will close, I think. Yeah, so even without me bending the cable, like this is one of the case panels, and you can see that basically it like hits already. So yeah, just curious, because I mean I've spec'd out like my the Sug North ITX was just it was specifically designed just for these right angle or these 80-degree angle converters. That way it'll like completely clear it. But with the way things are working right now, there's no way for me to close the case. But let me just go. I mean, I have them, so yay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and install them. That way we can like at least get it done. But definitely, if you did intend to have these, like I would be very adamant that you tell your users like, hey, you gonna need this. Okay, so, but in terms of cable though, like there's tons of room in here, so that's not gonna be an issue for anyone. I'm not even doing any cable management. I'm just like literally stuffing everything in here. So that's good. Good in that like it'll all work. Okay, so this guy, let's see. Okay, so Evvy Design does a little scary face emoji and writes, that's I think because the RTX 3080 FE has 12. I see. Yeah, so the 30. I know that the most of those 12 pin cables come at an angle, so it probably did give you enough clearance to get in here. But yeah, so I mean I think most people don't have the FEs. I wish I had an FE, but you definitely want to accommodate for people who have like conventional power connectors. Like, cause even now, like, let me see. Yeah, so with the 180-degree converter, might be really hard to see on camera here, but can you even see? Yeah, you can. So basically, I'll put something behind there. You can see there's a gap, and so the converter there, or the adapter, will allow for it, but without it, might be a little tricky. So keep that in mind. But again, I mean, like, this is going to be a expandable case, and that's definitely like kind of moot, because the moment you start accommodating for larger CPU coolers, larger video cards, like, it's just a freebie in a sense. So obviously right now I know you design for the smallest footprint possible or whatever, and that's fine, because obviously I've also done the same thing. Like, you just got to let people know, like, hey, to make it work you need to buy $10 worth or whatever, which is why I did it too. It's like, it was only $10, and it's such a godsend to actually have, to be honest. Like, if you have, even if you're not 3D printing your PC cases, like, that little 180 converter it just makes life so much easier when you're dealing with small form factor PCs. Now, granted, like, please don't sue me if you use these adapters and they burn your house down. But that's definitely always a risk. I mean, but I think if you're into the computer space, like, you know that the risk even exists without the adapters, like, as seen with all the 8-pin connectors that have blown up on like $3,000 video cards. So we all I guess, I quote unquote play with fire when we're playing with these DIY PCs or whatever. There's something I just forgot now that I realized. Evvy Designs made this little bracket to fit underneath the video card to hold it in place. And let me see if I can get it in without having to remove the video card, because I totally forgot to put it in. But I actually probably just didn't even consider it, considering I was more worried about actually getting the video card in the first place. But let me see if I can get it in now. Okay, we got one side. One side is in. And so Evvy, with this bracket, I don't know, like, I personally have never done it, because sometimes, like, I don't have an example. Maybe I know that some fans protrude past the shroud, and so you would possibly run into the situation where, like, it might hit an actual fan. So what you could do possibly is, right now you just have like a straight extrusion. You might be able to just like carve out some material to make this thinner. Obviously it might change how it's supported, but yeah, that's definitely something I would like kind of be, you know, mindful of. Hold on, I think I screwed up by not putting this in before the video card, but I was so scared about it not going in that I didn't really think about it. Not that it's like completely necessary, to be honest. I mean, this video card is pretty light. I'm gonna opt by not putting it on. Let's just get this thing going. So I think we're ready to button this up on the side panel. So let me go ahead and situate these. And I think Evvy, the tilt of the design is like, is it this way or is it this way? Like, do you want to slope? Hold on, maybe I can. All right, let's put it on its right side up, and hopefully my little PSU retention works. Okay, it's working. Now, did you want it this way, Evvy? I mean, regardless of where we start, did you want to have the so this is the front. Did you want it to like slope up forward, or did you want it to slope down? Or maybe it doesn't matter. Probably doesn't matter. Start from the top. Okay, well, I mean, I'm already here, so let's start from the top. I need to add in some, whatchamacallit, some T-nuts. I need 4 on each rail because there's going to be 2 on each side per panel, and there's 2 panels, so we need 4. We're so close to being done. Okay. I'm just gonna line this up really loosely. Okay. That should be good enough. And let me do the other side. So I'm just kind of like laying down the panel where it needs to be, and then moving the T-nuts like very close to where they should end up. So I'm doing that. Actually, hold on one second. Evvy, does the front panel protrude? Okay, so it's actually this face is flush with that. Okay. So now I'm gonna go ahead and install or slide these T-nuts roughly to where they need to be. Missing a T-nut. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and actually just start. Wait, did I drill these out? I don't think I did yet, huh? I didn't even do that. Okay, 1 second. I forgot that my tolerances are a little tighter. Evvy, I assume you still print with your 0.4 millimeter nozzle, right? Oh no, do I have enough screws for this? Ooh, hold on. This might get a little tricky. I think I might have to take apart even more of my cases. Let's find out. So that's in. It moved a little bit. I'll put it loosely. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's this screw. Okay, so Evvy, you wrote, today I changed to 0.6 to print with carbon fiber PETG. Yeah, let me know how it goes. I definitely needed to do a bunch of tuning once I moved up. One point even regretted it, but you have also have Bamboo Lab. If you're using their actual filament too, I'm sure they have like pretty tight profiles already set up for it. So my assumption is your experience would be a lot smoother than it was for me. See, this is where your little guides came in clutch, because now I have to like basically fiddle to get these lined up. But it's not that bad. Kind of lock down these ends. These are pretty much where they need to be. And this one as well. And I'm going to go ahead and move these a little bit. But I mean, at this point though, we're just cruising, where I'm just literally turning knobs now, or turning screws, because I think really, oh no, sorry, I lied. I forgot I didn't drill these ones yet. I probably should just drill all of them. I'm just gonna do that right now, actually. Ooh, hold on, this might be a little funky. Okay. Is this too loud actually? So, you know, Evvy, you say like the talks about the carbon fiber scare. It is, but like, I think if you design it so you know you're not going to be doing like sanding, I think it's fine, to be honest. Like, a PC should not be a high touch object. Like if I were doing like a handle for like a hammer or whatever, like no, I would not use like any fiber reinforced materials. And that goes for like even non 3D printed objects too. But right now though, like definitely if you are anticipating a lot of sanding, like just, I don't know, don't touch the stuff. Even the glass fiber ones too. I just hope like in like 20 years, you know how they have those commercials like, if you drank a Slurpee, like you're entitled to whatever because we found out it'll kill you. We're very likely gonna like have those messages about our filament, whether it's like glass reinforced or not. I bet you any money. Like if you use PLA with glitter, like your kid's gonna be a dolphin. It's just like all too early to tell, I think. Oh, hold on 1 second. Start from the top. Slop from front to back. Oh, okay. You can push the inside front part inner so there will be a gap from the front shell panel. Please read my previous message. Okay, I think I did. Okay, so. Okay, so Evvy, you're saying, well, I mean, as point of reference though, it just needs to be flush with the front. Like if I install the front, it should be where it needs to be already, right? Because I mean, it can't go any more forward. I'll put them a little loose though. How about that? Just to, I do want them already installed because I don't want them moving around anymore when I flip the case over. When I do the backside. But so far, like the holes are all lining up. So I mean, good job. You know, if the guy putting this together wasn't such a, you know, scatterbrain, maybe he wouldn't have forgotten stuff and had to melt your case. Okay, so we've got the top panel in. Oh, again, I think I asked you before. Fundian writes, this is looking like an awesome design. It is, like, there's so much potential that can be done with this case. Really good job, Evvy. Okay, so I think go back to your case. I think I asked, did you want it this way? Or is it this way? Is it this way? Or did you want it? Well, actually, no. I think maybe it's decided for me. Well, I think no. We can still decide how we want this angled, like, because we could technically flip, right? We could flip this guy. I'm assuming it's this way, like Evvy. Like I think you want it so that it's faced this way. But you know, while I'm waiting for your answer, I shall maybe I will take one zip tie to get these off the side panels, because I know you have 4 mounts here, but because it is kind of protruding in the middle, it's going to end up bowing. So let me grab a zip tie really quick. I think in some of my cases I designed in like actual like tie down points. So that is something you want to consider, Evvy, if you want to like kind of like bring it home per se, I guess, is to kind of like think about adding stuff like that. It's really just like quality of life, whatever. I'm sure people will appreciate it. I mean, I even appreciate it when I did it for myself. So if I appreciate it, I'm sure other people would appreciate it. Okay, that's enough to get it off the side panel. Revert the top. What do you mean revert the top? Revert the top? Like you want... So this is the front, Evvy. You want the arrows to be pointing backwards? Right? This is the front. I'm going to take some creative... what do you call it? Agency, is that what it's called? Arrow back. I'm not doing that. I like it arrow forward. You know, I'm gonna go arrow forward because, like you said, this is my case. I already destroyed it. I get to decide because it works both ways. You really wanted to arrow back? Hold on. Let me. I know I have a photo that I stole from your. Like the live stream thumbnail, I think I basically took a screenshot of your, oh, you have it slanting forward. Interesting. Okay, so Evvy, you have it like this. Okay. But you have your arrow, you said you have your arrows pointing back. I like it forward. I'm doing forward. You've been, but you gave us the freedom, and I'm exercising it. All right, so I'm going to tilt it on its side right now. I'm trying to think if that protrudes. 1 second. Is this the same? Okay, so maybe I should actually put in the bottom parts right now. Ooh, this is a little sketch because of my little fix, quote unquote. Okay, I'll try to be fast, but I know I need just 2 on each side for this to hold down the bottom piece. And we're almost done. Like, I'm not going to do any thermal testing because, I mean, just looking at it, I have a feeling we know how it's going to be. 1 second. Let me refer back to the diagram. Let's see. Printables. And your design should be... There it is. Sorry, I'm just looking at the photos for reference. Okay, so it is slanting forward. Okay. And if it's slanting forward, that means that this also has to slant the same way. Okay, perfect. So I'll leave that there. And hopefully I can fit that screw where I was talking about a while ago. Okay, and wait, did I drill those out already? I think I did. Well, I used a Dremel. I hope it was enough. You're about to find out. Oh no, I don't think it's enough. Or is it? It's a little tight. It's going in. Okay. Just make sure that it's like flush with this edge here, because that's where the front panel goes. And then let me grab this side. And it is definitely like baking in my garage right now. but we're almost done. Thank you so much for everyone who stayed in. This is a long one. I think worth it though. Like, this has been really fun to kind of like, essentially I'm doing user testing for you, Evvy. Just lining up the T-nuts here. So this is the one area I was a little afraid of. Let's see how it goes. Because it slants in towards the screw. So it is touching right now, but it does clear eventually. Okay, so I think if you use like a flathead, you should be okay. So that's good. Okay, I think this is the one I may have broke. If you remember, I had to like Dremel this one part. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, cool. So we've got that there. Let me flip it back around. I'm so sketched out with my little fake fix in the for the power supply right now. That's such a goof. That's totally my fault. Okay. I don't think we need that much like cable management at all, to be honest. We're okay. All right, so now we are going to be installing this side panel. I think it might be better that I actually put it on its side. That way I'm not like fighting gravity. All right, so gonna move these guys out of the way and line up the holes. That's lined up, and that should also be lined up. Okay, and then let me just start screwing them down. I've honestly lost track with how many how many T-nuts we used, but I think it's over 30 for sure. Because I think the T-nuts I took from my previous build was like less than that, and I had to steal some from another build to get all the T-nuts in. So definitely gonna have to buy some T-nuts for this build, which is not a bad thing. I mean, like I think the micro ATX case I designed that works for 180 printers used, I think, just as much, if not more, T-nuts than this, just because like with like when you break up the panels, you just end up having to have more points to secure the case down to. You just can't escape it. Okay. Oop, wrong one. And now, oh, that is the wrong one as well. Wait a minute. Oh, I installed the, okay, that's the right piece. Actually, the more I'm handling these pieces, Evvy, if you have kids, probably, I guess I would refrain. If I had kids, I might refrain from using these carbon fiber filaments just to be like super safe, because obviously as you touch this, like it's very likely you're going to be transferring some, but in terms of like a growing child or whatever, maybe that's like not like the best practice. But I mean, y'all do you. That's your family. Hold on, I haven't been looking at chat. Arrow back, good luck. I'm taking away so much here. Yeah, if you said the damn about the filament, yeah, I mean, I guess I had that luxury of not having children to worry about, but I think if I did, I'd probably be like too paranoid to like even risk it. Even though, I mean, when you think about it, like let's say you had like a performance car and you had like a carbon fiber shifter or whatever. Like I know that they have like epoxy over it, but like you're doing so much to trust the manufacturing that they actually sealed everything properly. So you could very well have like fiber strands in your skin already just by handling like XYZ parts. I know like for instance, like when you see like a plastic tool, like for instance like a hammer, some of them have like glass reinforcement in them as well too. And I mean the proper practice is to have that all sealed away with whatever finish you're putting on the tool. But again, like there's just so much room for error, and you're basically at the mercy of like a QC or quality control method. And we know how that goes too. Like I'm sure you're aware, like when you buy food, there's like a certain threshold of like what they allow and what they don't allow. Like I remember one of my favorite ones is like when you buy like a can of tomato soup or like tomato paste, whatever's in a can. I think they allow like they're allowed to have like 3 dead flies in there before like you can complain to the FDA. So I mean that's just like the level of what we have to deal with in our daily lives. So I don't know. There's a lot to think about, and if you're like a hypochondriac like I am, it's just like it hurts the mind. But let me go ahead and turn this over and get the panels on the other side. And we're almost done with these T-nuts. That was a lot of T-nuts. But that's how I also felt like with my other case too. Like it's just when you're working with the MakerBeam case, it's super cool because how modular you can make it, but you do end up fiddling with these T-nuts, and it can get a little overwhelming sometimes. And then this design, I mean, like Evvy, you probably could maybe it's pushing it. But I was gonna say like if this could be like ATX status, but that might be pushing it though. All right, so I think it's, wait, what did I do on the other side? Okay, I see it. It's this way. Okay. Von Dyen wrote, never go to a Tyson food packaging plant if you think that's bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's like even more. Like, I know that like for instance, like I love sushi, but like the thought of like the thought of eating raw salmon really like irks me nowadays. Even though I still do it, but it's kind of one of those like mind over matter situations where I have to like convince myself to do it because it's just like gross knowing like what's going on behind like closed doors with that stuff. Okay, wow, I almost ran out of screws actually. I think we just barely made it. Oh wait, no, I think I'm lying. I don't know. I can use longer screws for the other side. Never mind. I'm the boy who cried wolf. But yeah, I mean we just don't know all the dangers around the 3D printing stuff. It's all kind of like frontier work, I think, even though it's been like decades. Eventually we'll find out the nightmares. But it's all about having fun before we find out, right? Like I'm sure like the people who smoked and then quit when they like realized how bad it was, they're probably thinking like, well, I still had a lot of fun smoking. Let's see. Yeah, Fun Dine Fresh Sushi is awesome. It definitely is. Evvy Design before that wrote, my view on ATX 3D printable case is that we gotta have a gigantic printer and use so much more materials. 100%. Yeah, I mean like I'm just really lucky that Cheaty sent this over to me and I was able to make like the ATX cases I have made. But otherwise, yeah, like you're kind of really like you need a large printer to go that big. Otherwise, you're breaking it up and then you're dealing with like a bunch of panels. But I mean, obviously, they're all also just like design problems, and like you can work around it by like making sure that the division of the panels is like part of a design, kind of like what you did here, right? Like, and so it really is like just another problem for people to solve. So I guess that makes it fun. Like, if you remember that funny case I made, the honeycomb wall system one, did I not drill these? I don't think I did. Give me a second. They're like so tight. Fresh sushi's awesome. Natron, good to see you, Natron. Lots of raw fish has parasites. Exactly. Like, I've actually seen, I mean, this is really friggin' disgusting, but I've gone to Costco once and I saw like the actual parasites in there and just freaking, ugh. But still so delicious, but ugh. So now, like, you know, I mean, I've been to Japan and all that stuff, so I know like good sushi is, but lately I've just been doing like, I mean, I like, I don't know if you're familiar, but I like saba because it's like, it's not like cooked all the way, but I mean, essentially it is cooked with the processing they do with it. And it just makes me feel a little bit better because like, I know that like, I'm not like eating a dead worm. But I mean, technically though, like, they shouldn't be alive by the time they get to the market because they're all like flash frozen or whatever. But I don't know. I'm just weird like that, I guess. Hopefully no one's like canceling their sushi reservations for lunch today or dinner. Where could you find a decent ATX case for less than $100? Evvy Designs wrote. You know, what was that brand? I think it's like Height or something. I remember they had a few cases that were like $70 or something. That looks pretty good. But yeah, it's rare, right? Because obviously it's more material and essentially you're just eating the cost for people to, like, for the companies to ship it and stuff. But otherwise, no, I've seen a few decent cases that were like $100. I think some of the cases that I've recommended to friends before have been pretty cheap. Like, I know there's just one case I still hold pretty high to this day. I think it's like the I forgot what brand. Maybe it's Fractal or it's NZXT, but the P400A was a really good case. I still think it's a great case. I remember when I built my buddy's PC for him, like, we spec'd out that one because he wasn't down for small form factor. But yeah, I was really happy with that case, and it was like definitely less than $100. Okay, so let me go ahead and just kind of pull this power supply in a little bit because we are nearing completion. Once we get this front panel on, we are done. And yeah, Evvy, congratulate yourself because you did a fantastic job. And I can't wait to get like that full parametric thing going because like people are gonna love the living crap out of this thing. Hold on, wait, I did something wrong. I think it's this way. Okay. Yeah, people are gonna love this thing. Great job. You should be proud of yourself. Wait, hold on. What did I do wrong here? Evvy is, Did I do something wrong? Or did you have it? Oh, maybe, okay. So it looks like, Evvy, you have the corners kind of at like a butt joint in a sense. Like, you notice, it's hard to see, but there's no material in the corner here. I had thought you would have it flush to the top of this, but I mean, not a huge thing. I mean, it still works, obviously. What am I doing right now? Put that away. And it looks like you do have it flush on the bottom, though. So the bottom is like fully closed to the floor. Now, Fun Dying Road. Drill those holes. Yeah, I'd be drilling. Okay, with the front panel in, I believe we are done. Man, I want to like clean up a little bit so I can kind of get a clear view of this. I have all this stuff everywhere. Okay, let me just clear some stuff and then we can like kind of go over what we talked about. I wish I took more notes. I actually do have a doc that I started just by looking at the files. I should have probably read it through, but I think I remembered most of it. And we obviously we encountered stuff and adjusted from there, so I think we got it covered. But let me just clear some space here so that we can have like a cleaner area to talk about just how cool this case is. Because it is cool, I'm not being sarcastic. You did a really good job. Let's see. Yeah, I wasn't able to use the GPU bracket, but I think it's a big thing. Give me 1 second. Because we gotta put the finishing touch. Alright, what do you all want to see? You want to see stubby Wi-Fi? Or do you want to see normal Wi-Fi? Stubby, normal. Alright, Evvy Designs wants the arrow back. Okay, let's do the arrow back for him. This is his baby, and here I am like deciding how that baby should look like. We're not going to do that to him because Evvy worked really hard and made design decisions, and I want to respect that. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Is the it looks weird for I like it pointing forward though, but I've been voted out, so let's go arrow back. You got some friends here. That's good. That's good. I'm just gonna put the big Wi-Fi cables because I think I found one of the stubby ones. I don't know where the other one is. And these are actually a lot easier to install too. I just feel like it kind of wraps it all up if we actually have the Wi-Fi antenna in, because it makes it looks like it's a real PC, even though we all know it's a real PC because we saw it getting built right before our eyes. It only took how many hours? Oh my God, we've been like 4 hours now. We got to thank everyone for sticking by. Okay, so you want it this way, right? You want it pointing back. All right, I'll trust you on that. I would still stand that I disagree. I still disagree with it, but this is your baby, and we are going to be. Oh, maybe it's this way. Oh, Evvy, so you have the front panel actually on top of. Sorry, you have the top panel on top of the front panel. Okay, I think that makes more sense. My bad. Okay, so I'm just lining up the T-nuts again because they are a little off now from flipping it to arrow back. You know, if you want to emphasize going back, I'm all about going forward. Oh wait, hold on. So someone mentioned the panel corners look good. The panel corners look good. The panel, yeah. I mean, yeah, it all looks good. Dude, after this stream, I'm gonna take a shower. I feel like I've just been sitting here in a sauna. And it's not even that hot yet. It's gonna get even hotter. Maybe we'll have the stream start even earlier. Because this may not be sustainable for my health. That's not true. Maybe I'll just put on a fan. I think in my previous streams I just turned a fan on and it worked out. So we might just have to do that. Okay. So just again lining up T-nuts. More or less have it where I want them. Alright, if the side panels were slanted the other way, look good with the arrows going forward. Okay, so basically you're thinking it was the side panels that kind of dictated which way you want to see. we're going with this though. This is what Evvy wants. Whatever Evvy wants, Evvy gets. This is his design. All right, so this is the last screw. Officially, I know I said that last time, but that wasn't the case, so I think we're done. We got the Wi-Fi antenna in the back. Move the screwdriver out of the way. And maybe get this out of here. It's a little distracting too. And let's give this case a little spinaroonie. Man, I got all this like, sheesh, I can't even imagine how much like carbon fibers on this. This is the most I've ever processed the carbon fiber. No, I take that back. For the Sug Forza, that's the one I sanded. Like, but during that though, I was working outside and I had PPE, so I think not having a mask on for this is not the smartest thing. As I continue to play with the dust even more. Okay, so the case is done. Let's take off the safety goggles and admire this thing. Yeah, Fundine says, I like it. I like it too. You did, again, I mean, I said it more than once, but Evvy, you should be really proud of yourself because you did a fantastic, I'm assuming this is your first case that you designed, and for the first case you designed, this is like awesome. And it can really only get better. Like, there's really not much, like, obviously we talked about the changes that I would have done already, but otherwise though, you did a fantastic job here, and I just, yep, that's all over now. Yeah, so this is the side of it. Let me back it up a little bit. Now we've got this angle here. We got to look at it from the front. Maybe I can zoom in on the table. You don't need to see my face for this part. Well, that's a good reminder. I need to get some water. We've got the grill over here, pointing back. But I also just really like the way the carbon fiber filament looks. That's why I think I'm willing to like take those risks, because it just, I believe that the carbon fiber just looks awesome. Yeah, you did a great job, Evvy. Everything fit. I'm sure the cooling is probably more than adequate. I mean, you have tons of ventilation here. And just like you said, there is possibilities to put in a fan. Let me think. And maybe a low profile like 90 or even a 120. Give me a second. I know this is not very common, but I have like a super low profile 120. And basically, you can definitely fit that in, I think. Let me think. Yeah, I think there should be enough space in there. That could a bracket should be easy enough to make to put at least one of these on. I don't think two can fit. It might, but it'll be really tight because you do have that power cable and the power supply over it. But yeah, definitely, it's a case. You did it. The bare minimum was to make a case, and you made it, because this is like totally usable. And I know it took us 4 hours to do the the stream here, but I'm sure like if you have like a Bamboo Lab and you have a better print, or maybe if you use our sponsor for the stream and you actually get a print done by someone else, like it'll come out great. But again, I think to that point though, I know I would definitely look into your tolerances, Evvy. If 0.02 was what you were working with, I definitely boost that up to at least like maybe even 0.25. It'll definitely make things a little easier. Maybe not for the rails. Maybe the rails can get away with like like a 0.2. But yeah, definitely don't use 0.02 because I think even if you go to like Bamboo Labs, whatchamacallit, Bamboo Labs' website, I think they tell you what tolerances to kind of take into account. R2 R2D2 asks like how long did it take for Evvy to design this, and again, Evvy Designs did say that it took him 7 weeks. But I mean, like what, 1 hour a day? So you could have like busted this out in like a week. So you know what's up. It just basically, like, I just had the luxury of having more time than you. But in terms of the time though, like that's kind of the same. But you know, let me open up my browser because I did take like slight notes. Give me a second here. All right, so we went over like I mentioned that you had 6mm for the motherboard standoff. Again, I mentioned it before. I would probably go for 6.5, if not even longer. Just because also nowadays too, we're seeing a lot more heat sinks over the NVMe drives, and so if you can accommodate for more like cooling for those components, I think people would love it. And then I did. So the front panel that you did here, I don't want to take it apart, but I don't think you need that much material back there. I think you can reduce it even more by having more cavities. I don't really think that you need that much material to support it because there's more than enough material. I think you can put in even more holes if you need to. Let's see. So this is really nitpicky, but I don't know how it works with your program. Again, this is super nitpicky. The details in your panel, like you have like this kind of like this like fillet to this straight edge, and it happens on the top as well too. But on the very end of it though, like you just get this like cutoff. Because I'm assuming that the parametric model just kind of like terminates here. I mean, I don't know how that works, but it would be neat if you could somehow translate like parts or maybe even elements of this like this hard edge into this like fillet down here. I think that'd be kind of cool. But again, that's super nitpicky. Don't even listen to it. Yeah. Let's see what else. Like we installed the 60mm fan back here, but if you're gonna accommodate for a fan hole, just make it a hole. Like don't bother with like telling people, oh, just make it like a grill without any top or bottom layers, because like this pattern here is really not good for a fan to push or pull through. So if you are gonna accommodate for a fan hole, you might as well just make it open. But if you're doing it for the aesthetics, like if it was on the top panel or on the side, do it. Like don't make it a hole. But if it's in the back, like I'm already like I don't mind having the back not look as like aesthetically pleasing if it means that I can exhaust or intake air as like efficiently as possible. Let me see what else that I wrote here. What was I gonna say? There are some. I think it may have more to do with the interface for the profiles, but it could just be me. But like, if you can avoid having like a 90-degree angle in there, like the better. Like, it's hard to talk about. Maybe I can. Let me see. So I don't think it's the case for everyone, but okay. Like, I'm gonna zoom in really quick, or is it already zoomed in? So on the profiles, like you have some instances where you have like a 90-degree like cut in some of these areas. Like if you can just like notch off like every corner, it might be helpful to have it like slide better for some. I mean, it probably would have helped for me, but obviously my printer's not as like good as as your Bamboo Lab, I guess, maybe. And we did talk about the PCI tab area, right? Or down here. If you are going to bridge it, just make sure it's one straight line and it doesn't have to actually like go around a corner. I think we talked about it already. And then again, like I think we talked about it before, like if you can make your overhangs like 45 degrees, super helpful for everyone because it's just less material, faster printing. So those are all like the really low hanging fruit stuff. I would definitely explore more about how you want that power supply retention, because like right now it's staying in place. Like with the way I've done it, it's already like staying in place, but you can see it's no longer the top that's like stopping it from sitting flush. Like I'm just moving it right now with this little stick thing, but it's basically still kind of like rotating inwards. Now it's rotating on that repair I did. So if there was a way for you to just, honestly, what I would do is just, if you look at my FreeBeam design, like I just created a bracket that goes into the, the railing system, and it attaches to the power supply, because it is just better to have it hard mounted, especially because it is a power supply and you don't want it to be loose, and you want it to be as well supported as possible, because technically it could be the heaviest thing in there when you compare it to some other components. Actually, that's not true because a lot of video cards are super heavy now, but it is still something you want as secure as possible, especially because it is heavy and right now you're like hanging it. Like I would definitely bolster that up, and not I wouldn't recommend just having this like this like press fit scenario. I mean, I like I said, don't move around your PCs, but even now, just like rotating it for the camera, like I am kind of very leery about it. But otherwise, I mean, I am nitpicking because again, like I think you did a fantastic job, and people should love this thing. So it's really fun build. Sorry it took so long, but I just had some stuff going on. But I'm glad we did it live, and I'm glad you were here too, because you were able to help kind of answer questions as I was building. And so, well, these don't even match. Hold on, that's bothering me. Yeah, so I think that's it. The next stream is going to feature one of my cases I'm working on right now. The Patreon members have seen it. It's a little wild. I'm digging it. I probably will use it for a little while too. So look forward to that. And obviously, if you want to see sneak peeks, I do have a Patreon. And basically, the main thing with the Patreon is like if you want to be like a super fan and you just want to help keep this channel alive, that's what it's there for. And I do have to thank everyone who's part of it already, especially Evvy Designs. He's super active on there, and we do a lot of chatting. And yeah, I mean, obviously, like this entire stream was dedicated to conversations we had in that Patreon. So if you want to support me, that's definitely there for you. Yeah, and if you like the video, make sure to hit like. And if you haven't subscribed, there's tons more cases I want to build and show off, so make sure to subscribe. And yeah, if you have any questions or anything, leave it in the comments. And I guess before we leave, Evvy, you still have me. If you have more questions or whatever, like I'll stick around for another like 10 minutes or whatever, because yeah, like I would love to make sure that you kind of create this like beautiful baby, as beautiful as you can make it, and as cool as you can make it. Yeah, pretty soon you'll be surpassing me in creating cases. So looking forward to that, because yeah, I mean, like I think with the angle that you're going at, I mean, it was brought up with some of the questions from the chat in terms of being like modular and being able to change it. I think that that by making it parametric with your goals, you're going to make a lot of people happy. So yeah, so if no other questions, I think we'll end it there. So I'll leave it for a little while. I know there's a bit of delay. I still haven't gotten used to it, but yeah. But while I sit here in silence, I will just kind of keep rotating this thing around, because really good job. I think I have a little rotating thing. Give me a second. Never mind, I can't find it. But I was going to make a rotating table. I just haven't gotten around to it, just to kind of like do this exact situation we're talking about right now, where I just want to kind of keep rotating this thing. All right, so Evvy Design writes, "Thank you for the kind words. Oh, no, for sure, you earned everything." And they wrote that I learned a lot from your videos and live sessions. Oh, that's great. I mean, that's really the whole goal for this entire channel, is just like people come away inspired and knowing more, and it's really awesome to hear that from you. So with that, thank you so much for sticking around for this like 4.5 hour stream. I do intend to do a lot more of these, and hopefully we get way more like cases to review and to look at and to build together, because yeah, I think the ideas are endless. I haven't even tapped into like current technologies. I mean, like now, like I'm sure if we like went on Chat GPT and asked like, hey, I want like a case to do XYZ, I'm sure it'll spit something out. And it'd be actually, that is one idea I had later on, is to just to do that and to see what it spits out and kind of design what it recommended. So yeah, there's never ending content here. It's just really the time needed to make it happen. Yeah, and so Evvy writes, plus it keeps FreeBeam soul in it for sure. And then Bear Design Living wrote, wow, 4 hours. I already ate 2 meals. A lot of meals. But anyways, thank you so much for sticking around, and I hope you enjoyed it, and we will definitely have more in the future. So let me start my exit procedure here and say goodbye to everyone, and thanks. And I guess one lasting thanks to JLC 3DP, because again, it's really awesome that an external company believes in so much in this channel that they actually want to promote and sponsor it. So thank you again. And with that, I shall say my goodbyes.